Anyway, this is going to be an interesting day, all things considered. You know, there comes times, reasonably often times, honestly, when you're going out of your way to show off old things, and, well, a memory comes back to haunt you. In this case, memory of something people really are a lot more interested in now than used to be in some cases. I'm just gonna quickly hit a reset on this because I don't think it's actually gonna cycle to the thing I want to show. We're just gonna go ahead and do that right quick. And I will just prattle on while I wait for it to do the thing it's supposed to be doing. Yeah, as I announced when I put this idea up today, this is the first one I played. And it almost kept me from playing the rest of the series. Gonna be honest on that one. If it were not for the intervention of a friend who was very into the series, I probably would have left this behind as a result of experiences with this one. Some people immediately know what this is looking at some of the designs already on the screen. Some people aren't gonna get it yet. And there's one thing that'll pop up in this intro that will make it immediately obvious what this is. Even to those that aren't familiar with the series. Though people that have been around for a bit and have paid attention have, one, obviously heard me mention the fact that I was going to do this at some point, and two, have heard me talk about this before. When I have touched upon later entries. Oh no, they're gonna get eaten. See, the Kelby have the right idea. Get the fuck out immediately. Just gone, out, leaving. So there's only two of them. If they turned around and stampeded them, they probably would be devastated. That's not how herd mentality works in a lot of cases. Big one turns to try to stop them. And they immediately go, yeah, you know, we don't need to fight you. We can take the little one. And, well, such as nature goes. And Kelby look on, just like, yep, that's the thing. But there's always a bigger fish. Or in this case, a Rathalos. And there's the theme kicking in that most people know. And of course, you know, most people know what a Rathalos is at this point, even if they don't know what it's called. And there's the hunters. The brave, foolish hunters who think that this is going to accomplish something. Yep, that went about as well as expected. And there's the title. So yeah, this is the original PS2 Monster Hunter. This is going to be an experience, and I'm gonna say this right now, I'm going to play this only until it starts to upset me. Which may be faster than I would like to admit, but we won't go there right now. Because being a very early entry, it of course doesn't have it all figured out yet. It's got its problems. And I was debating between whether I was going to skip the immediate beginning for all of you or not, and I've decided, nah, if I'm going to suffer, everybody's going to suffer with me. is that's just how we do around here. We all know this. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just go down here and that's good enough. I'm not really gonna worry about detail with this because, one, there's not many options, and two, as soon as we start getting real armor, we're not gonna see any of that anyway. And I don't know how long my patience is going to last, so no sense in going overboard. As funny as that would be, that would piss me off before too long. I'm kind of amused by the brah, so we're gonna go with that. I did test things and mess around a little bit, both to decide whether I wanted to skip the immediate starting process or not for all of you, and to make sure I remembered how this one plays, because it is different than what y'all would be familiar with playing World and Rise. It is quite a different animal, but in many ways still exactly the same. Like that's the funny part to this, is everybody that's played any of these will immediately recognize some parts of this process, because some things have literally not changed since day one of this series existing, and some things have changed dramatically. Like, take note of the fact that you start with nothing. None of this, you have a whole set of baby weapons to work with and any of that. Nope. You're handed a knife and a shield and told good fucking luck. Go figure it out, stupid. There may be an NPC that gives you the rest of everything, but I don't believe so. Because I walked around town and didn't encounter any such thing when I was checking. Is they give you little tips, like that guy tells you how to run. Yeah. They're just living their, well, I'd say their best life, but really it's just their life. But yeah, we're an up-and-coming wannabe hunter. Because, you know, every town has to have at least a hunter to keep it from being overrun by monsters. Here's where you buy all of your extraneous things, which very quickly don't end up actually being extraneous, but it's anything that isn't keeping your skin intact and smacking a monster. You purchase weapons and armor from this gentleman here for some kind of spooky costs. Or you get it made using material here. You'll notice there are different options available immediately in there compared to the ones that were in the purchase shop. Because for those that aren't familiar, you have a very limited stock of things you can just directly purchase. But it's meant to give you a means of gaining something if you can't get anywhere. Yeah, I'm obviously not going to sit here and read all the text out loud, and I'm not really even going to be paying that close attention to all of the text, necessarily. Yeah, now we have a little bit of money to buy something. But when he says it's not much, remember when I just showed you this stuff a moment ago? Yeah, you can barely buy anything with the money they've given you. Like, we can get a pair of pants. That'd be great. You can get a slightly less shitty knife. I wouldn't bother. But you could. But yeah, he just wants us to go collect some raw meat, so we don't even need to do anything. We're just gonna take the quest and go. Just get on with life. Go get things done so we can actually buy things that matter. Which I'm gonna tell you now, don't expect me to be buying things that matter quickly. He's also gonna be popping up to tell us things. I'm gonna be mostly ignoring him. Alright, it's X in this one, not circle, to open these. I may or may not have been testing a bunch of different Monster Hunters recently, and since some of them are translated, some of them have circle to confirm, and some of them have X to confirm, it is gonna be a little bit of an adaptation for me in places. I don't need to do this, but I do this just to keep habits up. Because for those that haven't ever played a Monster Hunter game, yellow meter is stamina. Stamina is for basically everything except attacking, as far as your movement and your surviving goes. Make sure to keep that up by eating, because as you stay longer on a hunt, that meter's going to shrink because you will get hungry. It's going to be a problem. Yeah, as you can see, he's just tutorializing literally everything. Basically, as you encounter it, the chief will go "oh" at you and try to tell you about it here at the beginning of the game, which is actually not a bad way to do a tutorial, because it's mostly context sensitive, so you only end up learning the things you need to know based on what you've dealt with. And you know, you get a nice panning view of the early parts here. Whenever you enter a new area, it'll do this. Once upon a time, this looked really good. Now, it looks... like, it doesn't look bad, it just doesn't look anywhere near as polished as future entries do. Now, something you'll need to know immediately about this one, and I believe specifically only 2, is this is all attacking with the right stick. And you have multiple different attacks on the basis of which way you point the stick. This was one of like 2 games I believe I encountered when I was young that used the stick for combat. Now, it feels really neat to do it, especially when you're not used to it being a concept. But boy, is it limiting when it's compared to actual useful button setups. But based on what order I'm flicking the stick around in, I can do different attack sets. So it's going to be important for me to get used to doing that. How well that's going to play out is going to be very dependent on how well I pay attention to what I'm doing. So, you know, probably not going to end well is what I'm getting at. After I finish carving this, I'll show off one other thing, because I just reminded myself that I can do that. There is distance sensitivity to your stick. If you don't push it all the way down, you will actually sneak a little bit. I don't know how effective it is in this, and there even is ducking and crouching in this version as well. I actually don't think I ever used that when I was playing this when I was young, but I think, you know, stupid younger self might not have even have considered the idea of sneaking up on a monster. Now, take note of the fact that there's this chunk of rock here. They're gonna do this from time to time to lock you to certain paths in these areas, rather than giving you separate areas for tutorials and such. They will just lock off certain parts that aren't relevant to the thing you're doing, so you don't go running off like a jackass in completely the wrong direction. It's kind of smart of them to do that. Now, technically, we could go finish this quest right now. But one of the wisest things anyone will ever tell you to do in a Monster Hunter game, especially the earlier ones, is gather some shit when you have the opportunity to do so. Don't just blitz quests, or you will probably have a bad day, unless you really know what you're doing. And you'll also be spending a lot longer using absolute garbage when you could have something actually useful. Now, with our pathing limited in here, we're obviously not going to be able to go mining and go get anything too great, but those herbs will be important. Especially with the amount of money you get early on in this one. We kind of need to be self-sufficient or we're going to have a really, really rough start. And I did none of this self-sufficiency aside from mining and doing things that directly led to getting me new weapons when I was younger. I can definitely tell you that one right now. And it led to a lot of heartache for me. Especially while I was still learning how half the mechanics of this series works, because it definitely doesn't hold your hand much, that I remember. Though there's one thing I noticed that I did not remember that we'll be getting into here soon. Well, I remembered one aspect of it, and I'll explain what I mean soon, because it'll be easier to explain with it in front of us. Okay, we can't get any more of that, because I think my inventory for those is full. No, I don't think 5 herbs is the max you can carry, but it's fine. That will still be a step in a good direction for us. Is the reason why I'm sitting here picking herbs is when combined with blue mushrooms, they make healing potions. Now, you might think, well, why are you worried about getting healing potions so badly? When you're poor and have no money, healing potions get very expensive. And you're only given so many as far as your supply goes on, like, any hunts. Unless you're doing Gathering Hall by yourself and take all 4 players worth of material with you, which, you can do that. You can definitely do that, but bear in mind that up until later entries, no matter how many players you have in the Gathering Hall, it's scaled to the full set of 4 anyway. So you will have a bad day. Again, unless you know what you're doing. Knowledge is a very big thing as far as an advantage goes in this series compared to some others, where you can get to just play it by ear and just cowabunga your way to victory. And you can definitely go the cowabunga method with this, but you have to know what you're getting yourself into by doing that. Because, like, I remember just brute force through the brick wall getting me a decent way through this one. Though, that was before I realized just how long a Monster Hunter game's progression actually is. Yeah, the whole point of what we're doing right now is we were supposed to go grab some raw meat, which we did, and then we turn it in here at the delivery box. Now the delivery is made, the quest's done. We will be taken out of here when the timer runs out. Which this one shows you the time, but then no longer has a visible timer at all. Unlike, again, later entries where the timer is on screen for you to know when you'll be pulled out of the area. But yeah, we did the thing. Go us. We went and got some raw meat off of some herbivores that really weren't going to fight back unless you stood there and stared at them after hitting them. At the end of every quest, no matter whether it's an actual hunt or not, you will get those bonus rewards, and you get paid. As you can see, that mission paid Bubkus. 50 zenny is literally nothing. But to our poor self right now, it's actually useful. Now, another important thing to remember to do now and then is go over here into our house and get rid of the shit we're carrying. Because everything we pick up in a quest goes into our inventory in our actual pockets. And we have a limited amount of inventory space. So, you want to clear that out periodically so that when you're gathering, you can actually gather without wasting your time. No, I'm not gonna bother getting those tools yet. I was gonna go grab a pickaxe and a bug net, but I don't think we actually get access to anywhere we can really use those quite yet, and they provide you with some of those off of these missions here anyway. Which I'm gonna go ahead and do. Was it the preparing meat quest that I did last time? Some of these are actually important to do because they teach you fairly important game mechanics where it'll be a real big pain in your ass if you don't know it. But I think I'm actually just gonna go ahead and do the searching for items one, because that should be the most beneficial to us. And I think you only have to do one of these before you get the urgent quest that'll move you along. You don't actually have to sit here and do all of these. If I remember right, this is one of the ones that is annoying and doesn't mark its key quests that unlock the urgents for you. Because I think that only starts getting marked later on in the series. But a lot of these things are based on memory. Also, if you don't pick up the map from the storage box, you don't know what the mini-map over there looks like at all. You only see what's immediately around you. So make sure to pick up your map. Otherwise, you're gonna really have no fucking idea what's happening. Now you'll notice we're back in the same area we were just a minute ago, and a lot of hunts will take place in the same maps. But as you can see, one more area of it's been opened up, because that's where we need to go to get the thing that the chief wants us to go get, other than the herb, which is the spider web. So we just climb up here like I showed y'all a moment ago. You can climb faster. Or, oh no, I think this might be the only one where you can't climb faster. They added fast climbing in 2 and onward. There's some pigs here. Notice there's a lot of stuff to climb on around here, too. I don't know. I'm trying to think where the web is. It's probably up top. Hey, there's Snort. Yeah, within reason, you can jump up on these ledges as well and, you know, try not to fall off of them. It won't really hurt you much, because I don't remember fall damage being that heavy in this. As long as you don't fall, like, a crazy distance. Later on, they just, like, remove fall damage altogether in the series, but I believe early on you do actually have some fall damage. And it is inconvenient. That's all the herbs we need at the moment. I'm not gonna go completely gather crazy just for sake of moving things along. Even if it will be wiser for me to have done so. We'll just climb our way up this wall. Yeah, because I believe there's a spider web up here. I think there's also a mining point up here. I forgot what areas they opened up to you when. Because I was testing things out on the quests after this just a little bit ago. Yeah, there's just a spider web up here, it looks like. Gather from the spider web, please. Thank you. We're gonna want to grab a couple extras of these, though spider webs aren't super important that I can remember, but they do have a couple helpful uses. Like, I believe spider webs are one of the trap components, and traps are gonna be somewhat useful, but I don't remember how they work in the first game. My information is too polluted by playing most of the rest of the series, and I don't know which parts changed and which parts didn't anymore as much as I used to. Okay, no, they didn't. There isn't fall damage, I guess, because we would have taken fall damage realistically at that distance. Yeah, and that's blocked off. Ordinarily, I believe that would be another path. So let's just go back this way. Yeah, we've already done the quest because we only needed 2 herbs and a spider web. Don't you love that? Yeah, you get the thing that's in their own area and hand it back to them, which there is a certain degree of sense to that because basically they're paying you for the service of having cut the wood down for them. Or did you mean that you literally just took it out of their storage? 'Cause if you took it out of their storage and sold it back to them, that'd be even funnier. But I'm doing fine. I may regret my life choices because original Monster Hunter's an experience, but it's an experience I feel people need to see as it lends context to things. Ooh, there are mushrooms here. I need these. Please be blue mushrooms. Yes, okay. We can start making potions. Excellent. I know I sound inordinately excited about this, but I already explained earlier, potions are going to be real hard to come by, so we're going to want the material to make our own. So I'm just going to fill up my pockets with blue mushrooms. Or until it runs out of mushrooms in this spot, whichever happens first, which I think these are actually like real long-lasting spots, so I think we're going to run out of space for them first. Because you can't have multiple stacks of things in this series. You can only have 1 stack of something. And stacks are usually up to like 10 of a lot of things. Yep, no more mushrooms. And yeah, I can't cycle to it here conveniently. I mean, at the end of the day, that's their own fault. And yeah, see, we have max 10 mushrooms now. Actually, before I go anywhere, let me just demonstrate what I mean. I don't know what this is yet, but ta-da! Now we know what the recipe for potions are, and we can just sit here and just make a bunch of potions. Now, to test my theory of it telling me there's nothing there just because I can't fit anymore. Okay, no, it is actually still tapped out. Okay. Some of the time it'll tell you there's nothing there just because you can't carry anymore, because it is weird about that at times. And yeah, at the end of the day, once the mushroom people run out of ways to give you money, I'm sure you'll either burn their village to the ground or just leave and move on to somebody else you can extort for all of their money. Well, yeah, that's kind of the nature of farming in 9 cases out of 10. Farming is very rarely ever going to be fun, because you need to do the farming to do the fun thing. It's kind of like what I'm doing right now, where I'm sitting here picking plants. I'm certainly not excited to be sitting here picking plants, but I know it'll make the parts that are exciting a lot less of a ball ache to do. It's not often games make every part of farming fun. Like, there are things that are entertaining to farm, sometimes. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Some games will let you just go and fight the Manticore straight away. Some games you gotta work for it. I'm gonna sneak off before the people take me back to the village. I don't want to pick more flowers. They'll never... No, they caught me. Damn. I knew I should have started sneaking away sooner. These mystery bones are actually going to be somewhat important. And that was one of the things I was hoping to spot, was a bone pile in what they let me get to so far. But apparently there aren't any bone piles, at least none that I saw. Now, fun fact, there is actually a strategy as far as not saving goes in that, now this was taught to me in Unite specifically when I was being taught that game, but basically you would choose not to save after a hunt that went poorly and just reset, because there were such issues with money and such in that game that you would kind of just cheat the system by reloading rather than saving the end result. And that's the advantage to the no auto-saving that there is. I mean, either they would be the best capitalists, or they would just ignore everything that's happening around them, as elves ordinarily do. But yeah, the reason why it's kind of important to get those mystery bones is things like the Bone Club, which is pretty good if you want to use a hammer, require mystery bones. You could always get the actual bone hammer with small monster bones, but you can also just get the Bone Club. Bone Chris's, small monster bones. I hadn't sat down and made a decision as to what weapon I was going to use. It's not going to be one of the gunner things, because especially in the early days, gunner is a pain in the ass. So I ain't putting myself through that. Especially since it's a pain in the ass with no real benefit. Yeah, we can quickly go do this one, because we can literally go in, turn in the potions I already made and leave, and just get quest credit, if I really want to. And that'll help move us along. I'm grabbing these mostly just to keep habit going. So you can't grab these things nearly as fast in this one. In some of the other ones, you can just kind of mash right and X and you'll grab everything you need. Eat in that line reasonably quickly. In this reality, it is a little stumpy still. But you'll notice we have more of the map available to us now, so we can actually go fetch other things. Since I still didn't bring a pickaxe or a bug net with me, there's going to be some limitations as to what I can do. Again, unlike later instances, you can't just manifest a pickaxe out of your goddamn pocket. Oh, absolutely. And I'm sure there are some that would go out of their way to do that just because they would get their own amusement out of that. But there would be just as many elves that are like, ew, other species, and just not get involved with them at all. At least that's how it typically goes. What is your deal? What do you want? I don't know what rare item I have. Oh, you wanted the mystery bone. And you gave me a stun shroom. Well, that was a bad deal. Oh well. Well, arguably that was actually not a bad deal, but for me right now that wasn't a good deal. Because I have no use for a stun shroom. Ooh, there's honey here. This is actually going to be really useful as well. And I'll explain why once I finish picking it up. Because the idea here is we combine the potions with the honey and make better potions. The problem is you'll notice we only have a 90% success rate, so sometimes it will fail and it will be sad. Well, yeah, they might not be able to do math, they may have no interest in doing math. There's layers upon layers of options there. This is why you gather extra material in this game, because you're going to end up having combining failure. It's just a way of existence. I don't really need more of that at the moment. I was going to go look for insect husks, and then I remembered I'm not gunner, therefore I don't need the husks. Because if I remember right, the husks are primarily for making ammo. And we're not going to be making ammo, so it doesn't matter to us. Can I... Nope, I can't pull anything from this chunk of meat here. I couldn't remember if that counted as a bone pile or not. Where are the other things I can snag before I leave here? This is what happens when you're working on, like, 10-plus-year-old memory of what is and isn't spawning where. Though, funny thing, a lot of these areas actually carry over to some of the later games as well, so you can kind of remember on that basis, is they don't actually change a ton about some of these areas. I just threw together some Italian sausage today, nothing impressive. Because I was in kind of a hurry and didn't have any grand plans in mind. Let's grab some more blue mushrooms here. Give me all of the mushrooms, cause I'm gonna need them. Because I'm gonna have so many memory conflicts between later games and now that I'm going to get hit way more as I relearn how things work. Especially since none of the weapons I use exist currently. None of my primary weapons exist in this generation of the game. Literally one game later and two of my primary weapons will exist. But this one, nope. Which is why I'm not sure what I'm gonna use. Nice. Sometimes you can find a really good local place. And other times you're just disappointed. It all depends on what's available. Oh yeah, and as you might imagine, by the way, since the right stick is for attacking, this is the only means I have to change the camera. Just tapping L1 to face it where I'm facing. That's all you get for camera control that I can remember. So, you know, get ready for that to come back to bite me at some point. We have extra potions on hand, I think, so we'll just turn those in, and we'll combine the herbs and mushrooms I picked up when we need potions. Is the thing that people always used to do is carry the combining materials for something in addition to the item they need, because you only can carry so many potions, but you can carry a lot more of the thing that combines into the potion in some cases. So you would then just bring the material with you. And yeah, that's the thing, is especially once you start getting really used to getting something from a specific place, if it ever closes, you're fucked. And that's why it's important to branch out and try other places before it closes, so you know what the good other options are. And then you just hope that those other options don't also close. Let's clean out our inventory. I'm going to be carrying way too much crap. Not that I need to worry about it yet, because we're not doing so much gathering that I'm going to run out of space immediately. And a lot of the stuff I'm picking up is the same things. But I just like keeping a cleaner inventory. Notice even with potions, there's a 5% chance of failure. Well, yeah, I wasn't saying it's going to be as good. The point to that is to find like your second best options and things like that, just so you have a fallback answer. Oh, important note on saving and things like that, actually. Bear in mind, if you lose a quest in this game, you don't die or anything. There is no permanent failure state. You just lose the quest and have to do it again. And you lose the money you spent getting to do the quest. Which is what the save loading nonsense would be about, is saving the money. Because some of these earlier games can be very money stingy, unless you want to really sit there and grind. And that would be the point to kind of cheating the system a little bit. Okay, maybe I do have to do all of these, because I thought the combining one was the one I needed to do to skip my way out of here. Well, fine, we'll go cook some meat. This is a fun thing anyway. It's also something I'm not gonna be very good at anymore, because it's been a long time since I've done this, and even in the games that had this mechanic put forward more, I never bothered to, because I could always just have so much of it available. But it's time to go do some murdering to get some meat to use, and then we'll learn how this barbecue spit works. Fun fact, that jump attack is if I press the stick back towards me, not towards the enemy. The fast attacks are if I press forward. Oh yeah, they can go in the river and I can't, by the way. So you want to kill these reasonably quickly or they'll just fuck off into the river. Which will, of course, be annoying because you spend the time stabbing them. Well, this isn't for money. We're gonna make fuck all money out of this. Because anybody in the village can go stab at one of these things and get meat out of them. That's not really profitable. But this is one of the many things on the ladder to things that will actually make us money. This is just the, hey, we think you're an idiot, so we're gonna give you all the easy jobs first, so you figure out how to do basic things. And then we'll send you to go die against things that are actually dangerous. Now listen to the music here, is you use the music as your cue for when to pull the food. Nope, too early. Right after it ends, there's like a second or so delay, and then you'll see the color change as well. That's how you know you can get a well-done steak out of it. Too early again. Gonna have to cut more. I'm way more prone to doing it too early than I am too late. You can burn it, and it's awful if you burn it. Like, it turns into burnt... It's either called burnt steak or burnt meat. I don't remember which. But it is nowhere near as useful for most things. And, you know, it's just kind of sad to burn the meat. You don't want to do that. But having extra cooked steaks around isn't going to be a bad thing anyway. There it is. Too early again. That's fine. I think we only needed to turn in one. Yeah, we only need to turn in one. And the rare steaks will be useful. It's really not that bad. It's kind of funny. The music's only for rotating that, so if you don't like it, just don't use the spit. It's that easy. And you could just not have the music and just go off the visual cue, but you sit there waiting a while before the visual cue happens either way. So you may as well have something. There we go. Doing these early things, as you can see, doesn't take long, and nets you a decent amount of odds and ends, which are probably supposed to lead to you actually making your first couple odds and ends. Like, I can make the bone weapons pretty safely now because of all the small bones they've been giving us from these. Which I'll probably make one of them right now. In fact, the most notable, not notable, noticeable variables here is probably going to be showing people the greatsword. So I'm gonna grab the bones, because that's the other unfortunate thing for this one compared to some of the newer ones, is they won't take items from your storage. You actually have to go get the items. And bring them to the guy who's gonna make it the thing. But again, this is real old, so... Though, even in this time frame, there were games that didn't do that, but it is what it is. And now we got Big Sword. Which is absolutely not my style normally, but... it's probably going to be one of the more interesting options we have available to us at the moment. And this is actually a decent looking bone blade, though. Like, there are much worse bone greatswords in the series. Even if this does just look like the steel, like the iron sword with a bone slapped along the side of it, but you know. That's part of the charm. With quotes around the charm part. And I could have invested in armor, but we don't need armor right now. Now it's time to go fishing. And after we do that, then we'll have the urgent quest to actually go kill something. Not that it's gonna be much of a something yet, but it's all part of the process. Yo. Yeah, he's explaining fishing, but I know how to fish, so I'm not gonna bother listening to him. Instead, I'm just gonna let him sit there in the corner judging me the entire time. Oh, if only that were a realistic possibility in this game. Oh, if only. But you'll learn very quickly, especially since I've chosen to use the greatsword, not getting hit is not gonna really be an option. I could technically block with the greatsword, but that's not exactly gonna be resoundingly effective in many situations. That is the exact opposite of what I expected when I was picking mushrooms. There we go. I think we were still near the other plant, so it counted as me touching... No? I guess they're just both pools here. Well, that's gonna waste some of these gather times, but that's fine. Hello, pig. I'm stealing your mushrooms. Also, perish. On the bright side, that's the nice thing about the greatsword. Things you hit with it definitely understand that they've been hit. Oh, hey, we pulled a mushroom out from inside him. That'll work. Now, something that Monster Hunter players will immediately notice about this greatsword, at least as far as I've been able to find, is you can't charge with this version of the greatsword. You only have attacks. There is no charging it to do a heavy hit, unless it's on a weird button combination somewhere that I haven't found yet. is the button that would make the hammer charge in this one doesn't make this charge. It just makes guard. Relatively heavy hits. Some of the, like, side swings are not as strong. And there's heavy, and then there's really heavy. The charged hit does the damage you desire on a greatsword. But this early game doesn't have it, so you just make do with what you got. We can kick, though, and that's important. You click in the right stick and you can kick things. Including other players. It's one of the handful of things that interact from player to player. Other things being accidentally slapping them with a greatsword, hitting them with your hammer. Basically, a lot of the heavier things also will interact with players, but the main way for lighter weapons to interact with players in a more meaningful way is to just kick them. Here, piggy, piggy, piggy. Unga, bunga, unga, bunga, unga, bunga, chop! Nope, too early. I thought he was gonna charge sooner than that, but I forgot they do multiple pulls before they charge. That was a hit. Not enough of one, but it was a hit. Notice, though, we still have a chunk of red health there. Also, he's sitting in the exit of the area, which makes it awkward to hit him without area changing by accident. I really shouldn't be bothering to fight this thing right now. These are more dangerous than you might give them credit for being. Especially when they keep going and sitting in the goddamn area change. But I don't have much choice since we have to fish, and this is one of the few fishing spots in this zone that I know of. And I could put the sword away to move back and forth faster, but I really didn't anticipate this thing taking this long to die. I'm gonna need to drink a potion just so I don't die to the Bullfango like an idiot. Okay. Now it's finally dead. Give me your pelt before I do everything else I'm doing. Because these are actually kind of helpful. So I do want that. We don't want to go over into the next area because there's nothing there for us at the moment. And fishing. Just keep an eye on the fish in the water and watch your bobber. As soon as they pull on it, there you go. We caught a fish. You can kick people off cliffs in this, but it's not usually recommended nor particularly resoundingly effective. Because remember, fall damage isn't really a concept, so all you're going to do is inconvenience yourself and whoever's with you, which just wastes everyone's time. I forget which fish the game was looking for here, so I'm just gonna catch a bunch of things and call it good. Well, this doesn't surprise me that your goal is to waste everyone's time there, Snork. Considering the way you encourage restarting pointlessly and doing things that will get you killed. Well, yeah, I'm obviously touching the fish. I can't catch the fish if I don't touch them, now can I? I pressed the button when it touched it, but it unfortunately didn't count it. There we go, got that one. Well, yeah, I have touched everything so far. Or did you miss the multiple instances of me making contact with the boar? And that boar would be the most dangerous thing on this map right now, because they don't spawn the more dangerous stuff yet. Okay, I did catch that one. There we go. What do they actually want? Sushi fish, which I still haven't caught one of yet. Well, this could be a problem. Maybe this is the wrong place to catch sushi fish. That could be a problem. But it did the cutscene here, so presumably this is where the sushi fish live. There we go. Just had to question it and then one appears. They work similar to the meat in that they'll restore your stamina when you eat them. I don't need a pin tuna. Those, I believe, are used for making ammo, yet again. As well as a couple other odds and ends. Nothing most players are ever gonna need. The knife mackerel actually functions like a whetstone for reasons. So you can actually sharpen your weapon on them. Again, don't question it, it's not meant to make sense, it's just how this universe works. I don't think they want this bait. I think the one nibble I got was all I'm gonna get. Because they're all just kind of ignoring it now. Well, that's unfortunate. Fine. Yep, somebody ate the bait off the bobber and we couldn't see that. Well, that's fine. We got what we came for. Plus some other fish. But you'll notice our stamina already went down, by the way. That's from how long we've been here already, without having eaten anything else. So, for example purpose, there we go. Eat a ration, and now we got our stamina back. With how often Dennis fell off a boat, I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow became a fish. Wait, wasn't there a mushroom spawn right here? There was. We'll grab those on the way back. So if I'm gonna keep grabbing more mushrooms, I should probably grab some of the herbs on the way too. So we actually have something. Or I'll just get a nitro shroom and nothing else from here, because the game wants to make me sad. Because we're not full on blue mushrooms. Yeah, we only have 5. No, not what I want. Aptonoth, please get out of the camera. I think these are Aptonoths. I don't remember actually what these annoying little blights are called. Yeah, if you don't run your stamina out completely, by the way, it'll come back faster than if you do let it completely run out. And you also stop in place completely if you run it completely dry, so don't do that. You will no regret if you ever fully drain your stamina meter. Well, yeah. It's constantly burning, so it constantly needs more. The human body is not exactly an efficient design. There we go, turn in the one fish, and now we can leave. same reason when I was looking at some people discussing robot design on Blue Sky earlier. They were explaining how building robots to look like humans is not a good idea because it's not a efficient design. And yeah, pretty much our big thing is we have hands that can use tools and brains that understand how to use tools. The stamina thing is arguable. There are things that can definitely beat that, but we do have a long run time as long as we're in proper shape. Like, the modern human kind of fails the running for a long time part of the design. Go ahead and get rid of all the things I don't need currently, just so we have them. And I could sell all those things if I really need to. As long as you know where the horse went, yeah, you can catch back up to it basically over time. There we go, now the urgent quest is open. Yeah, training for it makes a very big difference. We are designed functionally to be able to do that, but training makes it significantly more likely to work out. This one I'm actually gonna want these healing items for, since I am not super practiced with this greatsword. But the things we're gonna be fighting aren't super dangerous yet, they're just the first actual aggressive enemies we'll be encountering. I have not looked at the different feet on things, so I have no stance to offer on that one. Yeah, meet our first actual predators, the Velociprey. Ironic that they're a predator with prey in their name, but, you know. And there come some more of them. Is where there's one, there's always more. The chief's trying to tell us about fighting them, but we don't need his input. We can just go slap him. Hey, buddy. That's one Velociprey down. Once again, the advantage of big whack weapon. We do need to carve these quickly because their corpses despawn rather annoyingly fast. Well, that was a mutual miss. The big advantage in this series that things like the greatsword have, especially against small monsters, is you have some armor frames when you're swinging, so you don't get immediately stalled out of your attacks. You still take the damage, as you can see by how bad my health is now. You can kind of just sit here and swing if you really need to ward off all the things trying to kill you. And then they all die a miserable death. Once the camera's done, I can actually go grab the bits. I think this one died first, so that should work out. No, they did die right about the same time, and I missed getting the other carve. Well, that's a shame. That's the disadvantage to double killing there, is you don't end up getting all the stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much the thing. I'm swinging a big chunk of bone and metal at them. And let me tell you, This don't fall slow. That blade may not be that sharp, but with that weight behind it, it'll make some work. And the distance you throw them, I think it does change a little bit from weapon to weapon. Like, I think the hammer and the greatsword throw them a little bit further than the other weapons, as it should. And there goes a bot. And I'm not kidding when I say this series was one of the first things I encountered where people actually swing these big two-handed weapons in a slightly less insane method. Like, they're not just swinging it around like it's a damn toothpick, even though it's bigger than they are. Oh yeah, it was a rare thing, but it was used a few times. Because it worked. You hit something with a big enough chunk of metal and ain't nobody gonna be able to stand up to it. Even if the shield holds up, the arm behind it's gonna have a real bad time. Yeah, we have all the bones we need, we just don't have the money to upgrade the sword right now. Do pay attention to that sharpness meter, because it's going to be important. The less sharpness you have, the more you're gonna be deflected off the shells and scales of enemies and do garbage damage and disappoint everyone. Exactly. That's a fast way for that whole thing to crumble. 5 Kelby horns, 5 well done steaks, 1 wyvern egg. 7 special mushrooms. Let's get the wyvern egg out of the way. We're about to do one of the worst parts of this game, though I think this particular wyvern egg isn't too bad to do. But egg hauling in general is a nightmare. And it'll be very apparent why as soon as we get to where the egg is and go get it. Let's just say there's a reason why they're giving you a lot of food for doing this. Now, part of it's going to be remembering where the egg is. I think it's in 5, because I think that's why you're allowed to go to 5, is you have to go up there to go get the egg. Go ahead and get the extra stamina now. You can go all the way to the edge of the screen with stamina and health, and we'll be doing so in the future when we actually have a cook that'll make food for us before we start hunts. Oh yeah, and the Velocipair are just around now. Because more or less we've unlocked the fact that they exist by experiencing dealing with them, so the game just spawns them. And for the most part, environments try to make sense. I say try because in the early games, sometimes they're a little weird. Hey, look, it's the thing from the intro cutscene, the Rathalos. Welcome to part of why the egg stealing is gonna be a bit of a problem. Because we are not prepared to fight that thing right now. Fighting that thing is going to end in misery currently. Because we are nowhere near strong enough to take that on, especially with no armor. Yep, sure is loud. Notice there's now music. That's because I am threatened right now. Not on your life there, Snork. See, there's it touching me. I'm now poisoned and already lost more than half my health, and I got stunned on the first hit. This is bad times across the board right now. This is why I made all those extra potions. Just getting past that more than once is going to be a problem. And now here's layer number 2, where it's going to be even more of a problem. Because you remember how we have to get out of here with an egg? What if I told you I have to actually physically carry that egg in my hands, and if I get hit, I drop it? Well, yeah, of course it was going to end up that way. The second I say I'm not going to do it, it touches me instead. Because, yeah, this is how you carry eggs. If I fall off of something too high, I drop it. If I get hit, I drop it. If I run out of stamina, I drop it. And if I ever drop it at all, it breaks. And I have to come all the way back and get another one. Oh, good. It sounds like the Rathalos is coming in here, which is going to be perfect for me. Yeah, you two hit each other. I'm just going to keep going. Goodbye. Good day. I will never be seen again. Farewell. Of course, these bastards are still here. And if that hits me, yes, that will also make me drop the egg. This is how you get good at dodging things without actually dodging. Because you have to sidestep a lot of shit to get away with an egg. Hup, 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 hup. This is all of the practice I've ever had coming into play doing this right now. This used to be so much worse because I didn't know how to do this. I think this is the only required egg theft, though. And I'm not even 100% sure if this one is required. But since the first set of missions required doing all of them... Oh god, we're being hunted because I have the egg and it wants the egg back. Nope, 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 nope. This is gonna be the hardest part right here, other than what we just did. Getting past these clowns here. I'm gonna have to go by here for that one. Okay, dodged him. Serpentine, serpentine. Do not walk in a straight line or you are going to get jumped. There he goes. I was out of hitbox range there. Bear in mind, these people barely understand how to make clothes. Yep, knew that was gonna happen. Getting caught right at the end. That was the last possible chance something had to hit me. And of course I got hit. Is that exit spot is awkward. Hi, Rathalos. Here, how about you go kill those Velociprey for me? Bye! But yeah, they probably do know what a backpack is, but understand, if I got hit, it would still break anyway. Those aren't very strong eggs. So even if I had my hands free, where would I put a backpack alongside this giant sword, for example? There's a chance they won't come back, but there is a respawn. At least from what I remember. And there's no way I'm killing that Rathalos, so the Rathalos is going to be an issue no matter what I do. The fastest way is if I can just get past them. And again, if I just hadn't misstepped there, we would have been away clean and it would have been already done. Yeah, the small ones I could absolutely kill, but like I said, they can come back. I don't remember what the respawn times for this one are, but I remember them being shorter than in later games. So I don't know if I'd be able to kill them on my way in and then not have them be there when I come back out. I genuinely don't remember. I remember that being an issue, but it's been long enough that my memory might be wrong. This one, however, is asking for it. Notice, though, these are tougher than the ones I killed before, because the other ones were weaker because of being tutorial quest mobs, basically. So they take more than 2 hits to get rid of as well. Not that that's a major ordeal, but it's genuinely easier just to outrun them as long as you don't make a stupid mistake. The only real issue is the fact that that last path, you really don't have room to serpentine to keep avoiding them. And I might have fucked up because I didn't fully fill up my stamina meter again before starting the run. So we might actually run into an issue. And that can also happen where you jump one ledge too far, because I thought I was gonna land on this ledge, and then you break the egg anyway. Rathalos is back. Gotta go. Gotta go right now. Gotta go. He doesn't know I'm here, and I don't want him to know. Well, it kind of was, because I was cutting corners to avoid burning more stamina, and that led to me overcutting that corner. By the way, the Rathalos is why they give you that flash bomb, is so that you could blind the Rathalos temporarily to get through. Yeah, let that be your lesson. That's how far you can drop. 1 layer down you can get away with dropping. Don't drop more than 1, or bye-bye egg. That X on the wall there, by the way, is a spot where you could mine if I had a pickaxe with me, but I don't. Those will be important before too long, because I do need to get a bunch of metal at some point. We just don't need to worry about that right this second, because we don't have the tools to make use of that information at the moment. There we go. Past the blind jump. Staying ahead of the Vespoid. And running for my life. Or, in this case, more waddling like I gotta take a shit for my life. You gotta imagine, an egg from something the size of, like, a Rathalos or something like that would be pretty heavy. Then again, this guy's running around swinging a sword the size of him. Hey, Pazzy. I'm sure this is familiar-looking suffering. Running with an egg, gotta run with the egg, gotta run with the egg. Just gotta get through this screen with the egg, and then we'll be okay. Just gotta get through this screen, away from these little blue bastards. Watch the animation so you know when to sidestep. Let them run into each other. Damn it! The problem is I have no good camera controls in this game, so I can't keep an eye on them either, is the other problem. So I'm purely based on sound for dealing with these. You know what? Whether you respawn or not, I'm annoyed enough. Perish. Problem is, here comes the Rathalos that we are way unprepared to deal with. I can hear the wings. Yep, there it is. Gotta go. Yeah, that's the problem. And I hit the wrong button to roll because I keep forgetting it's reversed in this one. Otherwise, that would have been a clean dodge, but nope. I pressed X when it's circle in this one. Pain, suffering, woe. But yeah, Snork, welcome to another reason why I don't go out of my way to kill those, because, yeah. The Rathalos just shows up places. So, you don't want to stay in one spot for too long, or he's gonna come fuck your shit up. It's a problem. Yeah, this is why I explained at the beginning of this that it's going to be a big adaptation for those that are used to later entries in the series, because all of those nice things you had, throw them out. You don't have them anymore. They don't exist yet. I'm just leaving because the Rathalos is still here and we have no hope of dealing with it right now. Is a little bit of context for you, Pazzy. I'm not wearing armor because of a challenge or anything. I had no method of really making any without grinding. Well, that's the funny thing, Snork. You can actually end up losing stamina when you get hit, depending on what you're hit with. It's just not every hit. Yes. Yes. There are certain effects that'll make your stamina worse. It's not directly damaging the stamina, but it's terrible. Well, yeah, because this one's gonna be completely alien, because remember, this is the one where the stick is how you swing your weapon, so it's gonna be completely different anyway. Like, this one would be the most alien thing on the planet for you. Nah, 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 nah. Yeah, welcome to the next couple hours, probably, is me trying to run this egg out of here. And this is why I almost didn't play any other game in this series, because of this whole sequence here, pretty much. And I overjumped again. Why is this ledge so fucking off to one side? Why aren't you across the whole thing? Why? Why are you like this? Why is that a blind jump? I mean, technically I have a design that has that, but I never finished it. And it also didn't have the right weapon for this game anyway, because it's one of the ones that doesn't exist in this game. So it wouldn't have worked anyway. Because it's from a later part of the series. Is this game only has greatsword, hammer, lance, sword and shield, bow and bowgun. That's all this one has. Whereas immediately afterward, things like longsword and gun lance got added, and then it kept going from there. So I don't even have my gun lance anymore. And it makes me sad. Like, I'm not too upset about not having longsword, even though I'd rather have that over a greatsword. But I would have at least been happy enough to still have my gun lance. Yeah. Yeah, if you look into the various mythologies that involve things that end up being called vampires now, there's a lot of different options you have there, really. A lot more than anybody these days may realize, because they don't actually go back and look. Yeah. I think I know the specific one you're talking about, and yeah, it is an old one. Which I don't know if that's the original or not, because I never really kept track of that. But that may very well be like the original idea for that. It's this final run again. But I hear the wings, which is going to make this really awkward. Thankfully, all the Velociprey are in a good spot this time. But I hear them getting closer, so I need to boogie. Come on, get off screen. Come on, yes! Okay, now I just need to not fuck this up. I don't know if the Rathalos can enter this screen, but I just need to not get greedy and not hit a wrong button, and we're good. Thank you. Almost there, almost there. The nightmare is almost over. I had so many times when I was younger that I'd reflexively roll away from something, and that would be what broke the egg. Is I would try to dodge, and then the egg's fucked. over and over and over again. The pain and misery so repeatedly. But we've done it. It's over. And this is when, as a bit, I purposely dropped the egg right in front of the box. But no, I'm not doing that because I just don't want to have to do that again. No more eggs. I crawl away into my hole now. Goodbye. No more eggs ever again. See, there, I go into the lake. Goodbye. Bright side, they give you a couple Kut-Ku scales, which you can actually find in a couple spots as a gatherable as well. You don't even have to actually kill a Kut-Ku to get them, though they can be kind of rare. But yeah, that was probably the biggest hurdle towards us actually getting to something meaningful, is getting through the Wyvern Egg theft. And our biggest hurdle towards getting any real armor is the fact that we are fucking broke as a joke and have not been given a good place to go gather material yet either. Which, the being broke part is going to be unfortunately exacerbated by the fact that I have to buy tools. We don't actually need a bug net right now, so I'm not going to bother spending the money on a bug net. I'm just going to buy the 2 pickaxes. Yeah, we'll just go in order for the rest of these, it's fine. But yeah, we are currently only barely scraping by for money, is why I'm not buying much else. I just made sure to give us a weapon that would actually do something, other than the piddling little sword and shield they start you with. Oh yeah, I forgot. They start you off with garbage pickaxes as well. We are gonna want the iron ones anyway. Oh yeah, and for those familiar with later Monster Hunter games, you may have no idea what this paintball's for. Without putting a paintball on a monster, you don't know where it goes when it runs away. With a paintball on it, it will be marked on your minimap. Without a paintball, good luck. You have no fucking idea where it went. The answer being somewhere. We don't need the paintballs for this, but I think that's one of the supply items we can just keep. Because it's not actually a supply item per se, it's just provided to us as a supply item. These rations, though, they'll take back, so I may as well just eat them. Same with the first aid meds, which is why I keep them selected in case I need healing, rather than using my actual potions. What I should probably do, though, is sit here and actually kill these Velociprey this time, for sake of getting the material. Mm-hmm. Yep, the old ways. None of these fancy bugs to tell you where anything is. No, 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 no. You gotta figure it all out. Gotta get to this body before it despawns. There we go. 1 scale. That's all we're getting out of that one. Oh, and this may come as a surprise to you in particular, Pazzy, but you can't charge greatswords in this one. There is no charging. Only swinging. This predates charging. In this day and age, only hammers, I believe, charge. And there's also no slapping. Just swinging it around and hoping for the best. There, you can block, though. Not that that'll help for getting to that Velociprey before it despawns with all these little bastards in my way. There we go. Oh yeah, no healing on the move either. You have to stop and do the muscle pose every time you heal. Ow. Things like this are why it always seemed so alien to me with some of the stuff in the later ones, because it's like, where's all of the stumpy, horrible, slow movement? I don't understand. Fucking Vespid, son of a bitch! Perish for your sins! Everything else is going to perish for his sins. I'm going to die at this rate because I'm wasting time fucking around. Wrong button. In case people are wondering why I keep hitting the shoulder button trying to sprint, that's because in Unite, it's the shoulder button because that's all there is on the PSP. Whereas here, it's R2 to sprint, which is what it ends up being in later games as well. But the last one I tested was Unite, so my brain is currently somewhat locked on Unite controls. Son of a bitch. If I had a faster weapon, y'all would be done for. Yeah, no, this is the difference like 20 years makes, Pazzy. 20 years of learning what is good and isn't good. This stupid chunk of bone I'm swinging around is also already dulled. I'm gonna hop up here so I can heal because it'll take them a second to jump up here. There we go. Hi. Idiot. They can bump into each other, as you saw there. But yeah, note the fact that no matter how many of them we've killed, there seems to still be the same amount of them here. That's what I was talking about before when I said it wouldn't be worth it, probably, to try to kill them. Because they just keep coming back. Great for endlessly grinding, bad for trying to clear any so the greatsword gets room to swing. And that's why we're just not gonna keep doing that anymore. I couldn't remember if it was that bad, but it's bad. But either way, the egg's done. We got the egg in already. Literally right as you left, that run I was doing was successful. We're just doing another job in the same location. Yeah, pretty much. Well, that's why they're called Velociprey, basically, is they are legally distinct velociraptors. Mining in here is gonna be awkward because of all these little shits hanging out in here too, but... Ting! Earth crystal, okay. Notice how that old pickaxe broke immediately, by the way. This is why you invest in iron picks. Though they can break pretty quick too. Still better than... and the old ones. All y'all clear out. Yeah, no, these aren't drones. Drones would be way worse. I mean, most people would say I'm on Satan's side for most things anyway, so I feel like I kind of get a bit of leeway on that one anyway. Okay, that's all I'm gonna get out of that spot. That's fine. I believe there's a bone spot I can grab from here too. Yep, there we go. Just right in this middle of this pile. Thankfully, sometimes they can be stupid and give you a lot of time to gather because they're busy dancing around. Just gonna suck down one of the mega potions I made because this is part of why I made them so early. Just dealing with the Velociprey nightmare. while we're safely up here, let's use one of these mini whetstones, because the dullness of our blade is why we were not killing them very quickly. There we go. Whee! I believe there's another mining point down on this cliff somewhere. Yep, right here. It's amazing how some of these old memories hold up. Ding! Ding! Ting! There goes one pickaxe. Oh, nope, inventory is full. I don't need stones. Throw that away. Ding! Yeah, basically we'll mine till our pickaxe is broken. Or we run out of things to mine here again. Is part of the reason why I always overmine is the stuff you can mine actually is worth a decent bit of money to make up the ground there. Yeah, they have their own set of things, which, and this may sound like the words of a madman, but some of them are more reasonable than the average religion. Speaking as one who has read the books of basically all major religions, because I was comparing them once upon a time, though it's been long enough that I don't remember details. I just remember some of them being far less reasonable than others. Let's see, what was I supposed to be doing? Oh yeah, mushrooms. So I shouldn't actually have run all the way back, but that's fine. I just wanted to get clear from the things that wanted to bite me. We'll go this way because there's more mushrooms over here, and then we can take the loop around and get to where the other mushrooms are. Because the same mushroom spots that were giving us blue mushrooms have a chance to give special mushrooms. Hello, Bofango. I see you want to fucking have another go. This is fine. This is still fine. Probably gonna get carted by a Bofango, and I just don't care anymore. Oh, there's multiple here. You know, maybe this is no longer a good idea. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty realistic statement there. In this day and age, it being kill you is a little overkill, but at the same time, at the very least, it kind of makes the point of you're in somebody else's house and you're being a pain in the ass. They have every right to do something about you being a pain in the ass. I can't keep track of all three of these with the tools I have at hand. So we're gonna get a lot of bad hits here, just because I have no choice. Because I need those mushrooms to get out of here. I could go to the other mushroom gathering spots, but there'd be no guarantees I'd get enough special mushrooms from those spots. So I think I have enough now that I can go to one of the safer ones and stop dealing with this. Right up, up, and out. The good news is the Bofangos can't climb, so they can't follow me. Now, if I had any armor, they would have just been an inconvenience rather than an actual threat. But unfortunately, since our very minimal budget allowed only for a weapon, not any armor, this is our life right now. There's the other mushroom spot. And just as a reminder, I can only move the camera with L1. I can't actually use anything else to turn the camera. Which is why I have such a hard time keeping track of things. Yeah. At the very least, it's kind of one of those etiquette demands you actually take care of each other. And it's also, to a certain layer, a practicality thing because of the fact that you might need them in turn later. think there's mushrooms here too. So I can avoid dealing with the multiple fango rodeo. Nope. Not looking like it so far. Because you can't go up there. That's not actual territory up there. I might have to go back into Bullfango Hell because my suspicions might have been correct. Unless there's mushrooms down this end of the place where the cats live. Which these little bastards are gonna steal things from me if I let them hit me. So let's just not do that. Got any of what I need over here? Got any of them mushrooms? Like I see you got a skinned animal, which is great. Love that for you. But I see no mushrooms. We can, however, go up here. I think this is... yeah, this is where we can get some more honey. Which we do want that. Even though we have no inventory. Nope, there's nothing here. Because that's just how it be sometimes. Sometimes there's just fucking nothing. Sounds like they're hitting each other, and you know what? I can't be happier for them right now. Okay, back into Bullfango Hell for 2 more mushrooms. Just take advantage of the fact that we don't know we're here yet. Missed. Well, that's good. Oh, are we out of mushrooms here too? Because that would be really bad. Shit fire. This could be a problem. Mushrooms. I need any more mushrooms. Anywhere else that mushrooms fucking spawn. Some of these houses you can also grab things from. Not that one though. We can grab a spider web there, but I don't need those. We're really out of mushrooms here. Yep, we sure are fucking out of mushrooms. Well, that's really awkward. That's really, really awkward, because I don't know of any other places where mushrooms spawn. There's gotta be another spawn somewhere. I have no idea what you're on about with that last bit. I understood the first part, but when you devolved into P's, K's, and a bunch of garble there, I have no idea what the fuck you're on about there. Maybe there's mushrooms over here. There's pigs. Which actually, I can probably kill you and get mushrooms. Nope, that's meat. Which, you know, out of a pig, you wouldn't really be getting red meat, but eh. Well, I guess depends on how you consider that. Ah, fair. Fair and understandable. By the way, if the cats steal from you, you want to come over here and get the stuff back from that gathering spot there. Because this is where they live. Every map that has them has somewhere they live where you can take the stuff back from them. Ooh, there's something shiny over here. It's a rock. It's a very shiny rock, but it's still a rock. You, mushrooms, give. Where'd you go? Give mushroom. Damn it. Useless moss swine giving me fucking no mushrooms. Because you can cut mushrooms out of inside them sometimes. And since we have been able to find any more mushroom gathering spots, this might be my only choice other than waiting for the gathering spots to respawn. Damn it. Now here's the thing, there is actually a way that that works. Specifically, you have to actually kill one that's actually eaten from the mushroom patch. I'm just kind of hoping that some of these have, and so far none of these have. I would assume it's supposed to be pork meat, but they didn't want to put in more than one type of meat. So it's just all labeled red meat. Yeah, that's right, run your friend over. Oh, he actually killed the other one for me. That's amazing. Because they do actually do a small amount of damage to each other when they run into each other. And he actually finished that one off for me. Which is awfully decent of him. And unfortunately, I took a blind swing. That was a really bad idea. Anyway, just gonna let those go by behind me while I heal. Okay, with one less of them, I might be able to try this spot again, even though it said it was empty. Maybe it's respawned by now because everything respawns so damn quick. Nope. He can be as pissed as he wants to be. I'm not exactly happy right now either because these goddamn mushrooms are being a pain in my ass. Because I need, I think, just 2 more mushrooms to be able to turn the quest in, but we're not getting any because none of these goddamn spots have mushrooms. And I think it's all because the other mushroom spot gave me nitro shrooms instead of special mushrooms. Yep. Just really unfortunate when it's a gathering quest that it happens in, because you're just stuck waiting at that point, which is the worst. I'm out of rations and I want to keep at least some stamina for moving around. Because that stamina meter goes down fast. Still nothing here. Am I just screwed, or am I gonna have to wait just a really long time? Because I don't know what the gathering timers are like in this version anymore, because it's been entirely too long. I'm gonna try something. Because it might be the only hope of making this actually work without resetting the quest, which would be annoying. I'm gonna try turning in what I have, because I can turn in what I have, in the hopes that it encourages the reset to happen. So I guess I could check over here in 6, because I don't remember if I looked there for mushrooms. I don't think there would be mushrooms here, but there might be. Yeah, those weren't real mushrooms. They don't exist. That's just a little mushroom-shaped sign telling you the mushrooms could be here. Is technically everywhere Moswine are is supposed to be where mushrooms are as well, because that's their whole thing. But this area doesn't have mushrooms. There we go. There's a special mushroom. Come on, also give me one. Damn it, wrong mushroom. I could get rid of the map, but I shouldn't. Get rid of the paintballs, because I don't need them yet. But that proves my point that yes, they can give you special mushrooms, and regular mushrooms on that note. Yeah, we can't go down there yet. So I think that one's only open certain quests. But the bright side, we just now need one more mushroom. Here, piggy, piggy, piggy. Dang pig dulled my blade. Yeah. In some ways, it's kind of nice when literally everything in a game is useful, and then other times it's really upsetting because when you have a limited inventory space but everything's useful, you kind of end up just having to throw away something that is useful for something that is more useful, which never feels good. It's gonna get so bad when I start hunting actual threats, just because of how sloppy I'm being with this greatsword, because I don't have a better way to use this thing. The wise man would have just used the boring sword and shield, which would have been safer. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I wouldn't say that it's a matter of being good at the game to know what's more useful, because so many recipes call for random shit sometimes. So it's more a matter of having extensive knowledge than being any good at anything. Is you can know everything and still be shit at the game, or be really good at it and know nothing. Yeah, you can have basically infinity money as long as you're willing to sit there and spend the time. Yeah, the way this one starts is another reason why I laugh at people when they complain about, like, the tutorial sections and such in World and Rise feeling like they take a while. The fact that you have to go through so much garbage gathering questing to get to anything in the earlier ones. Well, specifically this one, everyone after this is not as much of an issue on that one. And there may even be a way around doing as much of this as I am that I don't know/remember. Oh yeah, fun fact, you can sell things in general, I do believe. No, this is all from my bag still. I just have a lot of garbage in my bag. I was about to say, it's kind of weird that I can sell things, but they can't use my things from the box. Uh-huh. Well, that's not what I'm getting at, Pazzy. It's actually quite the opposite. Since they send you on all these garbage gathering quests, you have plenty of time to learn to do things. They don't spell out how to do them, but you're not really in any threat doing all of these things. If anything, you're falling asleep getting to things that will actually be a threat to you other than that egg quest. That egg quest's the only dangerous thing here. Now, once you get up to, like, Unite throws you in head first and expects you to die. Because I think you run into a Tigrex in, like, the second set of quests you do before you're even hunting anything else more than, like, dromes. Because he shows up as a surprise in one of the early game quests for that one. And you're stuck in a really small space with him, so he's just gonna fuck your shit up. Because they literally just go, ha ha ha, die. That's a different problem, yeah. Sometimes the area layout is more the issue. And that remains true through all of the games, where sometimes you just lose so much of your quest timer just trying to find the thing they want you to do. God, it makes me so sad looking at how short this weapon list is. Well, we're not talking about this game, Snork. This is other games in the series we're talking about right now. Where that kind of thing happens. This one, you're seeing how things are going in this one. It takes time. No. Unite is a different game. Unite is a combination of a couple of the future titles in a better package, basically. On the PSP. Let's see, 5 steaks, 5 Kelby horns. Let's just get the Kelby horns over with. Yeah. Now, this was literally the one I played first. I still have my copy of it over on my shelf. And then I actually got into the series with Unite because this game did not encourage me to actually have any interest in this series. It honestly fairly heavily did the opposite between the slow burning start they've got here and frustration of Egg Quest. I mean, even Dark Souls takes planning unless you use a really easy to win with setup. Like, there's a lot of variation there where you can have setups that require a lot of planning or setups that just go, I swing big weapon, unga bunga, I win. Because that definitely is an option. Oh yeah, no, there's so much buried in every single Monster Hunter game, it's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, interesting variation as well here. Notice how I'm actually killing the Kelbies instead of knocking them unconscious. Some variations of some of the future games actually only knock the Kelbies out rather than dying. Like, specifically, I believe that starts being a variation between the English and Japanese versions of Unite, was when I was first told about that being a thing. Yeah, I just find that strategy really dull because there's nothing to it, basically. It just becomes a timing game at that point, and there's no real strategy to that. It's just, oh hey, big hammer, hit big number, game over. And just like, eh. The sad part is, any strategy that's more interesting in a Souls game ends up being a ball ache instead. So really, just not a winning option there. Because those games are designed to be a ball ache by their very nature. Give me the other horn. Which Kelby hides are useful too, and I do actually kind of want more horns than I need, because I can use those for a few things, though probably not gonna worry about that, per se. You can, though it varies from Dark Souls to Dark Souls how well that works out, because some of them, the spells are nowhere near as strong, or at least you end up with only certain spells being good, and a lot of the time those two are also the really bland, boring shit spells that are actually efficient and good to use. Like, that's the baseline problem I tend to run into with those, is a lot of the unique, interesting things are just not effective. They're not designed to be effective, and it just makes me sad. And the Souls games are also another very good example of you kind of have to specialize unless you really know what you're doing and what you're getting into with those games, and I'm not really one to specialize most of the time. I get bored if I specialize. But if you don't specialize, you're gonna have a way harder time. And it's just unfortunate. Yeah, exactly. But you know me by now. I'm not interested in the straight line. The straight line is boring. Give me the weirdest, most fucking convoluted, crooked line you can, and I'm in. And yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing there, Pazzy. It's like, this is the coolest thing ever. This is the worst garbage ever. Damn it. You really shouldn't have gotten back up. The good old pastime of Kelby punting. Not hunting, punting. Just slapping Kelbys around the field. And I know there's people out there that would consider me a monster for this, but you know what? This is part of why it's called Monster Hunter. Sometimes you gotta be the monster to hunt the monster. Yeah, exactly. Just like, you know, they tried with this design and this item here. They sure had an idea. It didn't work, but they had an idea. I thought there was another Kelby still here. I'll just go back to the other screen because there'll be more of them over there again. Yep, that's Kenshi. Fucking brutal game if you really want it to be. And even if you don't want it to be, the game will be brutal to you. There it is. Lost the body in the tall grass. Yeah, the fact that that's just a thing really sets the tone for that game. Need it? No. Does it make the point that they're trying to make? Almost certainly. Curse you, Kelby. Why'd you gotta run that way? This little bastard's just frolicking away from me constantly. You can definitely tell I was at no point ever a greatsword main. Because I am nowhere near in tune with the timing of this thing. Nor have I ever claimed to be. The closest thing to like greatsword size I ever really used was like a switch axe. So I did play with hammer a little bit and hunting horn too, though by the time I played either of those, they were a lot faster than this. And let me tell you, there's a reason why I didn't go for the hammer in this, and that's the hammer is actually more awkward than this in this one. The hammer in this is kind of awful to use. And if I had the expendable Zenny, I would show off the other weapons. But we are not at a point where I can just make random things. Yeah, you are once again trying to apply too much reality to what I'm talking about. Very rarely will I be talking about reality without it being prefaced as such. Because unlike most people, I try to stay on the topic at hand. And I am definitely noticing that most people do not follow that same line of thought. I'm trying to teach people about the thing that's on screen. Unless there's like a connected reason to wander off. Oh nice, we actually got a lot of Kelby hide, so I don't think we're gonna need Kelby hide ever again, basically. Because I don't remember ever needing more than like 10 of it in any game, unless you're making something very specific. Oh, absolutely. And that's why I'm using this, because this is the most interesting option I have to hand in this game. It doesn't stop me wishing I had the things from the future that are much better for me to use. But yeah, see, you need like the Kelby hide as extra parts on a bunch of the armors and such. And that's why I wanted the Kelby hides. I need to just go grab some of the other parts out of the box. Honestly, just give me all of them because I don't remember the amount I needed. And we'll just put what's left in the box after we're done. I need the iron ore as well, I believe. I'm just gonna grab out a bunch of things. The funny thing is, in some ways, this version of Greatsword is actually easier to use with worse timing than future ones, because you don't have to worry about having the timing down to land the big charge hit. So I can get away with sucking more at using it and still kind of just make it work. Comparatively. Whereas if it was all about landing those big heavy charges to get the most meaningful damage out, it would be a disaster. Oh right, I don't have enough money. Money is a problem. Right, money is required for goods and services. This makes nothing but sense. I didn't want to waste money and materials making the Garbo armor. I just wanted to make the most decent piece I could right now. I feel like that right now. There is no such of either thing here, Pazzy. That's the problem. Otherwise, I'd be using one of those. Quite literally, this list you see here is everything there is. Great swords, hammers, lances, sword and shield, bow gun, and oh yeah, there isn't even bow. I forgot, bow guns were the only ranged option. There wasn't even bow yet. This is why I'm stuck sucking it up with the greatsword instead of using something I enjoy. Not an option, Snork. There are things that are called those, but they don't work that way. They don't work that way at all. It's just a bow that shoots a set of bolts. So it uses pellet shells, which works sort of like a shotgun, but it's garbage compared to an actual shotgun. And early gunner is also kind of jank from what I remember, like more so than normal, which is why I'm not using it. Like, I'm sure people who understand how to use it can probably use it very well, but the learning curve on that's going to be even worse than trying to get a handle on greatsword. Yeah, we're gonna sell these Kutku scales because once we actually have a use for those, we can actually hunt Kutkus. I don't remember if there's actually a distinction between the two, or if they just have different names, but they're all still technically just bowgun. I don't remember if the split happened yet, because it's not something I worked with. But an important thing in armor as far as that goes as well, which is the other reason I'm not doing that. If you look over here in armor, where is one? No, helmets aren't the ones that are gonna matter. There we go. Notice how there are labels for blade masters and gunners. If you're using a gun, you cannot wear blade master armor, and vice versa. So you would have to have two separate sets in order to use either or. Which is another reason why I'm just ignoring that as a concept, because we are not made out of money, and I cannot fund two separate sets. This early stuff doesn't matter, but as soon as you start going into actual better gear, it starts to matter a bit. Like this Velociprey vest here doesn't care which one you're using either. Like, see, this one is another either or, but a lot of them are one or the other. So you gotta be kind of careful about that. And it's a nightmare. Everything is a nightmare. I don't remember if there are no sets or if it's just not labeled as such. Like, bear in mind, this also does not necessarily care about giving you the information. Yeah, therein lies the thing. I could probably get away with selling some of the Kelby hide as well. I'm trying to think of what won't bite me in the ass to sell. I think the pin tuna and the rumblefish will be fine to sell. We do have a decent amount of blue mushrooms, but they'll turn into potions, so that's helpful. We don't need huskberries because we're not making ammo. They're not going to sell for shit, but it'll be better than nothing. Same with the scatter nuts because, again, not making ammo. The reason I'm hanging on to the paint berries, I don't remember if they are a component of paintballs or if they're for an ammo type or not. It's been too long. And none of this sells for a lot, but it should be enough to get us at least that torso armor. And yeah, these sell for 1, but I'm getting rid of them anyway. Like, we are really scraping here. But maybe I should get the waist. I suppose it doesn't much matter. Is the waist cheaper? No, the waist is the same price. It's the same defense. Which we do have to watch out for the negative resistances there, though. There are some actual fair comparisons you can make between some of the Witcher games and a Monster Hunter. Which is also why there ended up being some of that crossover content. There we go. Don't we look styling with my no pants and giant shirt? Yep. Perfectly fine. Nothing wrong here. No problems detected. We are so fucking budget right now. Oh, God. This is why I'm showing this off, is because a lot of people either forgot the roots. Yeah, there is some crossover content. At least I know there was at least 1 or 2 Witcher fights in one of the Monster Hunter games. I don't know if there was ever anything from Monster Hunter put into Witcher, though. Because there were a bunch of those collaborations that only went and put things into Monster Hunter as like special event quests with a singular added monster, basically. Pazzy can probably tell you more about that than I can. How broke did I make myself by buying that? That's actually an important question. Okay, I do still have enough money to go on a quest. I was worried that it broke my bank a little too hard. Unless it... Oh, yes, I can still afford the urgent quest. And this is why I wanted to buy armor, is because we're gonna go fight, like, the leader of the Velociprey now, the Velocidrome. And it's gonna be a lot harder, which is why I want armor for this. So, 1 piece of armor is probably not gonna be enough. We are probably gonna have a rough go of this, and I'm anticipating carding at least once. Because he's not gonna be alone. Yeah. That's what I mean when I say crossover for Witcher, is there was at least a event mission. I think there was actually 2. Because I remember there being one for like a Leshy, I think it was. And I remember people not exactly being the happiest with the Leshy fight. I mean, if I die and run out of money, I'll just go back and do an earlier quest, get money, and come back. Or I just will load the save, like I was teaching people about before. Because that's the trick in these earlier games, is just don't let the save take. Yeah, I don't think Witcher got any content from Monster Hunter on their side. I think it literally was a one-way on that one, whereas some of the Final Fantasy stuff actually was a two-way street. So I think there was like some minions and mounts you could get from Monster Hunter in 14. So I remember people talking about them. Did I? Yeah, I did grab the stuff out of the box, okay. 'Cause it's gonna be necessary. Yeah. The only thing was, I couldn't remember if they had done more than one, because I feel like there was more than one thing on, at least on the Monster Hunter side, and I just don't know if there was more than one on the 14 side, because I barely played that game, and that's probably never going to change. So I had no reason to do the research on that concept. Now, where... I think the Velocidrome's up here in 4. He's either in here or he's in one of the ones connected to here. We'll know when we find him, because it'll do a little scene for him, as they always do. Oh yeah, they did do a bonus thing over there or two. Like there's definitely a period where they were trying to like cross over with as many things as they could to try to like build more attention. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's in here either. He wouldn't be here, so he must be over like in 10 then, I guess. So we'll just drop down back to 2 and circle back around. Yeah, I'm kind of out of Assassin's Creed as a whole at this point, because as interesting as they may make their worlds sometimes, they really have not done enough with the gameplay for me to care anymore. At least in any of the ones I've looked at since then. So I think the last one I touched at all was Syndicate, and that's because I got it for free. Yeah, and there was also... If we're talking Monster Hunter, there was also the Mega Man stuff, but obviously that's already Capcom, so that's not really a crossover, that's just nods to previous series at that point. And it's about one of the few bits of love Mega Man ever gets anymore. This place is full of Velociprey as well, but no Velocidrome. I think it was just if I remember what the people were complaining about, it's the fact that the Leshen attacks differently than Monster Hunter monsters usually do. So there was just a bit of weird adaptation to it. Because let's be real, the average monster in Monster Hunter also can do devastating things to villages and such. Just for some reason, these hunters don't get mauled as easily as they should be. Yeah, it was a good start, but now I can't get camera back on him. There he is. And I'm being constantly chased by his friends, which is going to be where the issue lies. It's the other 2 Velociprey, not the Velocidrome, that I'm worried about. I am too goddamn stumpy because of the way this one controls to deal with multiple enemies efficiently. And yeah, there we go. Make them hit each other. That's gonna be my big play here, I think, is get them to kill each other. Let my health regenerate a little bit because red health comes back. Pop another first aid. Let the iframes protect me. Okay. Okay, now let's try to deal with the 3 Stooges here for a second. And whiff that completely. That's a shame. Because sometimes I'll go for one type of swing, and even though I'm doing a left F movement on the stick, it does a different move anyway. It can be really unfortunate, which is why stick-based attacking is problematic. Now, the issue is, I'm pretty sure, yep, here comes a new Velociprey. So I don't think I can actually trim out the amount of prey there are here. I think I have to just grin and bear it. Thankfully, he's a bit stupid, so I can get good hits on him. And this is why I call those Velociprey the 3 Stooges, because they end up hitting each other all the time. Where did the drone go? I should have paintballed him just so I knew whether he was still in here or not, though I still have the eye. Yep, there he is. Do I actually have any paintballs? No, they didn't give me any, and I didn't bring the 2 I had with me. Well, here's a party trick. Camera angle, ruining that move. have, because I was just slightly off and couldn't tell. Dodge his jump. And get ruined by the other one, because what other choice did I have? The answer, waiting longer, and I'm not patient enough for that. But I need to heal, otherwise we're gonna have a real problem here. ABC. There we go, healed up. Yeah, notice even with the armor, the drone does a good bit of damage, and he happened to jump at the right time this time. And now I can't see anything. So this didn't go well. This could be going so much better right about now. But it could be going a lot worse. I could have carded already. There we go, I managed to hit him. Just keep swinging to keep them warded away, but I couldn't keep swinging long enough. There's no guarantee of that yet. The odds are high, but I can still make this work. Though I need to sharpen as well, which is going to be an issue. Because this blade has, like, no sharpness to it. The good news is, it's time for the other party trick. Time to area change. Goodbye! Because they won't reset while I'm gone.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
Hey, if they're gonna cheat by bringing 4 to 1, I'm gonna cheat by being able to teleport. Or I should say infinity to 1, really, because they can keep making more. And these are village quests, so I technically couldn't even the odds by bringing allies, because these are single-player quests. And this does have multiplayer, but I just don't know how well I could make the net play for the PS2 work, is the only reason I did not invest in that idea at all. He has left the building. Because that's the other reason why me leaving was fair, is he can do the same thing if he really wants to, and he's chosen to do so now. That's also why you'll notice the music stopped and all of the constant raining Velociprey stopped, because their boss ain't there. There he is. Come here, you. Yeah, of course you moved that time. He's actually designed to try to stay out of your line of sight and out of in front of you, as you would expect a raptor to move. I thought I could move quicker than that, but I'm still not used to how clunky Greatsword is. I don't know if I have enough time to heal here. Not fully, but it'll be okay. I'm running out of healing items, though, because I didn't bring any megas, because I expected to die faster, if I'm honest. I expected this to either be a win or a loss quickly, not the barely scraping by that I'm doing right now. Get punished for your hubris. Much like I was. Yep, I couldn't keep ahead of that because this goddamn camera. Like, that is the worst part about this one, is the fact you have no camera control, and that stays the case up until, I don't remember if World had better camera off the top of my head or not. I want to say it did. Like, I want to say World was the first one with better camera control. That's not the direction I wanted to be facing. I wish it didn't take 1,000 hours to swing this weapon. Yeah, I knew that one did, I just couldn't remember anything in between, and I couldn't remember if Ultimate was the last one before World or not. also counting translated ones in. Because part of my brain's telling me that one of the PSP ones actually had better camera, and then they forgot about that idea again in between. But it's been too long. Nope, there's no running. There's only murdering. Because we ain't gonna get anywhere if we don't just kill him. And I still have one more flash bomb left. Theoretically, I think I can finish him off. Because we haven't carded at all yet, so I'll have 2 other health bars. Oh yeah, they definitely ran now. But he didn't get to run far, because I just chased him down again anyway. I need to get positioning, because they need to be facing where the flash bomb goes off for this to really work. There we go, I got the important one. I wanted to do this without using the flash bombs. It's all for the moment, because I knew most of the time I was going to be in the middle of unpausable hunts, and I don't want y'all sitting there pinging redeems and annoying me while I'm trying to do things. This game's hard enough without y'all making it harder. I'm not an idiot. I don't let y'all cause more trouble than absolutely necessary. Some people will do that for content. That's not content I'm invested in, because we will be here way longer for no good reason. And I'm trying to get to things that actually are going to be interesting in here. Oh yeah, never. Not at all. Not in the slightest. There isn't hours of proof of people trying to cause all kinds of awful things ever. Nope. Mm-mm. And this is willfully ignoring sarcasm 101. I think he's here. No, it's just a regular one here. Did he run the other way? He must have run the other way, because he would have been right there in sight. That's fine, I never know what I'm talking about either. Did he run further? If he was close to death, he might actually run to a specific spot, but I don't remember where it is for him in this place. It arguably should be the nesting area up in 5, but that's not his nest necessarily. Now, it's kind of like a hole. Yeah, you almost pronounce it sarcasm, because you're just gonna chuck people down a pit of your own thoughts. Okay, I was making sure he didn't somehow double back on me, because they can do that. There's no way he went in there, right? There's no fucking way he's in the tiny room over here. That would be concerningly possible, but I don't like this idea. Nope, Mosswine's still here, so he's not here. There are some cases where monsters will run to places where they have no business being, and it becomes a real issue. Oh, he found his way back to me on his own. Excellent. Here, you know what? This is for you. That went off sooner than I thought. Woohoo! And he jumped away from that one. This is why small barrel bombs are kind of unreliable, especially against fast targets, but I wanted to be funny, and it just didn't work out. This is where this goes horribly wrong, though, is we have no real counter to the pile up here. Short of swinging and just hoping for the best. I didn't think he was gonna be where I was swinging. But that's what happens when you just blindly swing. Ow. You miss and then you get hit again. That's right, tackle your friends. Infighting, ha ha ha. I think he's leaving again. Yeah. This is the one unfortunate thing that can sometimes happen, is when their health gets low, they start running back and forth between rooms a lot. Sup, motherfucker? The good news is, unlike in later games, they have no iframes when they're running from screen to screen. They have no protection. Just stand there like a fool for another second. Wham! Catch him on the backswing. Nope, you weren't fast enough. Your friend was, though. Notice, though, he's been running away a lot, and he still has enough health to take all those hits. There's our first life down. We have 2 more tries left before we get kicked out of this quest. Problem is, we're losing our reward each time we die. Because you're not paid if you're bad at your job. But we have another health bar to use now. And with the amount of damage I've done to him, we should be able to finish the job. Problem is, if I dull my blade again, I'm in trouble because we're out of whetstones. Like, I basically used up everything I had dealing with this thing. Where'd he go? He must have run back to 3. Oh no, he was in 3 already. That's where he killed me. There he is. Blast him. No, that's not him. He looked brighter orange from further away. I think he ran out of here as we came in, because we didn't get the eye symbol anywhere when we ran near any of these. There he is. Ah, mutual miss, huh? Fair enough. Just catch his friend on the backswing. I was hoping that would make contact, but it didn't. Yep, there's the dulling. Here's where it starts getting bad. Though against some monsters, a blade being too dull might actually be a benefit to you, because you get your animation sometimes is shorter when you're recoiling with some weapons. Like that. You can actually use the recoil from bouncing to your advantage. And he's dead. Against all odds, we won a glorious victory as we get knocked on our ass again. Now here's the fun thing. We're invincible now. We can't actually be harmed at this point. We can, however, be knocked around, and they can prevent us from carving their boss up, which is going to be really annoying. Thank you. That is experience with the genre coming into play there, rather than being good at this one specifically. And if I used probably the sword and shield, probably would have actually been faster, because I would have had less control issues. But I probably would have had more crowd control issues instead. And I don't even want to think about trying to use the lance against this mess here. Though I forget if this was the game where the lance actually still had some swinging to it or not. Because one of them, you could weirdly swing the lance, and it was strange. but arguably necessary. That gets us more Velociprite parts and some Velocidrome parts. Now, you'll notice we didn't get much money for that, because we lost a good chunk of it by dying. But that's our first big kill. That is the biggest monster we've killed thus far in our 2.5 hours of playing. Whereas in most of the rest of the series, you would have fought something that size probably in the first, like, hour. Now, the big win to that is there should be some other options for us potentially now. Or is the drum not gonna have been good enough? No, the drum wasn't good enough to get us other options on its own. Though I think I do need drum parts once I get past Bone Blade Plus. Which, the only thing holding us back on getting the Bone Blade upgrade is just money. Which, the smarter play might be to sell the Velocidrome parts, because they should be worth a decent bit, yeah. And we can just kill another Velocidrome in a bit here. Bear in mind, I'm going to eat those words later, almost certainly. But there's a matter of necessary. That wasn't a quest for it, though, and that's what I mean, but yes, we did technically fight it. We lost, arguably, because it hit us once and we ran away, but we did technically fight a Rathalos. It's much like the encounter I was talking about with the Tigrex in Unite, where you basically have to run from that or you will die a miserable death. Is you have just basic baby armor with like 1 defense on each piece, which is not going to hold up to more than like 1 hit from a Tigrex. What options do you have for me for quests? Now that we're up to quest level 3. Kill 10 Velociprey, get Piscine livers, kill Yan Kutku. If I had a weapon I was comfortable with, I would actually go take the Kutku on right now. I used to be able to farm Kutkus. They used to be an absolute joke of an enemy, but I'm not that comfortable with a greatsword, so I don't know how well that would go. Like, with the longsword, which was the weapon I was the most comfortable with, I could take a Kutku hitless just fine. With how much slower we are with this greatsword, hitless is not on the table. How much are they offering for that Velociprey hunt? 300, huh? That would get me a lot more Velociprey parts, though. I'm gonna regret this decision. I'm gonna regret the decision I'm about to make. I am so gonna regret the life choices I'm making right now. I need all of my herbs. A bunch of my mushrooms. Give me my honey. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. It doesn't really have any of the weapons I'm comfortable using, nor do they have the movesets I'm used to. I've opted for the greatsword because it would be the next best option for me. Other than the sword and shield, and the sword and shield is fucking boring. So I figured it would at least be more interesting to give myself the harder path of using the greatsword. You know, the usual, I'm shooting myself in the foot for content. Yeah, I can't even buy potions. Just give me 3 herbs so I can at least have 10 potions then. There we go, 9 potions and a mega potion. 2 rare surf steaks, whetstone, and a knife mackerel. But yeah, this game predates all of the weapons I'm comfortable using. Basically, yeah. It's all part of the joke. And me going and fighting this Kut-Ku is probably going to be an example of the first time I'm going to actually die. Because we went down against the Velocidrome, but this could actually be a time where I cart 3 times and fail the quest. Kut-Ku is a little bit of a joke tier monster, but on the scale we're on right now, it is still our first legitimate threat. Like, it's the next step up from the Velocidrome. And it's a new map. The good news about fighting a Kut-Ku is it'll stand still a little bit more than the Velocidrome, so we might be able to actually keep control of the fight a little better. It really depends on how well I remember the Kut-Ku pattern. That is a Yan Kut-Ku. Big, goofy, chicken-legged thing. He's here somewhere. He's in the other section of this room. Yep, I hear him. There he is. He also can spit fireballs. He doesn't do it as well as like a Rathalos can. His big danger is gonna be like that beak attack and charging are his 2 claim to fame moves, really. Oh, I bounce on him, huh? That's gonna be awkward. The fact that I bounce on his legs is gonna make this problematic. That was one of my big concerns with doing this fight technically early. Yeah, those will be more vulnerable than the legs. The legs are the better target because it's safer to stay there because you won't get tail whipped or pecked as much. But I can, like, utilize the bounce like that to dodge his attacks sometimes. But note how much damage he just did to us with 1 fireball. Can't really look at that right now, ABC, but I'll get back to you on that idea when I'm not in massive danger. Because you've now chosen both the times I'm fighting an actual monster to try to get my attention about something. Yep, that's what I was afraid of with that idea. Yeah, because I can't get trips on him or anything, so we are probably gonna have a hard time. Is the other reason why not being able to hit the legs is a problem is I can't trip him if I can't properly hit the legs. And yeah, if you're trying to get people's attention, that is a workable way to do it with a little bit of flair to it there, ABC, so that works. I'm so not used to trying to attack him when he's doing that with a weapon that doesn't swing quickly. I am doing so much stupid self-damage trying to attack him in that attack because I'm used to pulling myself under it with my other weapons. Yeah, this is going horribly. Better, better. Move, please. Either me or him, either one works. That's a good time to attack him. And now our sharpness is gone, so even the head is a bounce. That's the wise bet, honestly. If I were betting right now, I would be betting on the monster as well. 100%. And that's not a lack of faith in myself, that's just me being realistic about the equipment I came into this fight with. Okay, while he's charging off that way is a good time to sharpen our weapon back up. Arguably, I should wait till my sharpness is full gone, but with the bouncing we're doing, we needed to sharpen. I think he went this way? I should have paintballed him. But he's not a flyer as much, so I don't need to worry too badly about him getting out of my range. Like, he can fly like you see there, but he doesn't fly very far. But as a demonstration, see how there's a yellow dot here now? That indicates that that's where the monster went. You know what? Catch this, Chuckle Nuts. Yeah, basically, he flies like a chicken. That's basically what he is. Is a big scaled chicken. Gotta watch out for that tail, though. Now I want the medium first aids because they heal a little bit more than a regular potion, but less than a mega. Woo! Thank you, reflexes. I just heard that sound and knew I needed to not be there anymore. Sight unseen. Like, when I say I'm very experienced in fighting Kutkus, that's not a joke. I must have hunted hundreds of them back in the day. It's just been a long time. And different weapon. Yep. That was a bad place to have him chicken charging. And I got greedy. There's fall 1. As I get accustomed to being the slowest thing on the face of the planet. But this is the other reason why I hit him with a paintball, is so I could remember where he was after I inevitably carded. Oh, he's coming here, huh? That works. This is actually going to be kind of bad, though, with the Velociprey here. I'm just going to bank on him running the Velociprey over for me. Ah, the hitboxes. Because if there's anything else old Monster Hunter players will remember, it's that the hitboxes are way wider than they need to be. Oh, getting hit with a fireball was a bad idea. I actually somewhat did that on purpose to get launched away, and then I just happened to get comboed. And when you get comboed, you get hit stunned like that, which is really dangerous. Oh, I'm so glad those Velociprey bumped into each other and pushed me away a little bit. Oh, but I don't have the stamina to really get distance to heal properly. Okay, he's fireballing. Nope. Fuck. Real shame for you there, Snork. I'm just gonna area change so I can heal. Is solo hunting healing is the most difficult part a lot of the time. Is you just have no free time to do so. Yep, and I'm gonna use every advantage I have because I'm currently fighting at a massive disadvantage. Is he flying away or is he doing a thing? I think he's flying away. Because he doesn't really do air attacks much. He has like one he can do, I think, and no, he did it. He did do his air attack because he landed over there. Because his only real aerial move isn't really an attack per se. He flies across the arena. It's more like a positioning thing than an actual attacking move. God, getting hit by that bite is the most embarrassing thing because that range is garbage. God, I cannot get my angles at all. Like, that's what I really need to do, is get my spacing down, but I'm just having the worst time figuring that out. It's okay, I don't need to see what I'm doing. Oof, pain, misery, whoa. Gotta go. Okay, he's in fireball mode again for a second. Fuck you. Missed it. I need to remember blocking is a thing I can do even against these big guys. I'm not used to having a weapon that can block unless it's my gun lance. And even then I don't block with the gun lance very much because it's a very easy way to get stuck in a bad position. I don't know why it didn't do the draw attack, but you know what? It kind of worked out that I didn't. And there's your introduction to wind press, where they can even just make a big gust of wind by moving and stun you for a second. There are ways around them stunning you with either their screaming or their movement like that. And there's also quake resistance that is a thing, where the amount of ground shaking they do can stop affecting you as well. That was exactly the opposite one I wanted to hit me. He's also mad as hell right now, which is really bad for me. Because if you thought he was causing me problems before, he wasn't mad before. He's mad as hell now and way more aggressive. Until he calms down or I kill him. You can tell he's mad because of the fire coming out of his mouth constantly. That's his rage tell. And he's leaving. Okay. We are already running out of resources, so this is ugly. But I expected this to be ugly. I also forgot that even though they give you flash bombs here, he doesn't actually really care about flash bombs that much. So using that on him was pointless. It's more a matter of using the flash bomb to, like, get rid of the Velociprey and such. And keep them off of you, rather than using it to blind him. There he goes, flying towards me. Jam a ration in my face to get more stamina, because he's going to be occupied with having crashed into the wall. Should have just enough time to sharpen. Yeah, you noticed that one, huh? I actually got hit because I bounced that time, and the cat stole my barrel bomb, and then I hit the wrong button, which caused him to try to gather instead of rolling like I wanted to, because the old reflex kicked in again. God damn it. This is our last chance. If we die again, we lost this and wasted all of those resources and all that money. Because you don't get any of the non-supply stuff you use back. So all 10 of those potions, gone to heaven. Gone. Mega Potion, gone. Whetstone and Wetfish, gone. So I either need to clutch up here or just accept the fact that I'm about to take a real big loss like I expected to doing this. On the bright side, the paintball hasn't worn off yet because they can wear off. They don't wear off fast, but they can wear off. This is a bad place to be fighting him, though. Both because there's a lot of mobs in here that'll be annoying, and the fact that it's hard to see in here. Okay, good, he's going back to the other spot. Not that that's a great place to fight him either, but there's not really any fantastic positions in this map to fight him. There's a different place he shows up where he's a lot easier to fight. But this quest doesn't send him to that spot. You know, while you're figuring your stuff out here, this is yours. Enjoy that. You fuck. Light a fire under his ass. As you can see, he did not appreciate that. Nor should he. He's either about to get mad or he's getting weak. And I think since the fins seem to be staying down, I think he might be weak. I think he might be hurt. He did get the paintball off of him, though, which is upsetting. There we go, got a fresh one on him. That's the only other paintball I have, though. At the end of the day, though, this is gonna end before too much more time passes, regardless. Win or lose, this is over soon. Oof. That's not great. Now, I do have an alternative option here, and it's called run for my fucking life and go get resources off the map. And out of an interest in not just losing this, I think that might be the winning call here. I might just die a miserable death out in the field somewhere, though. Which would be an embarrassing way to go, but sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Problem is, this is gonna cause me stamina issues unless I get food as well, which I don't think I can, because I don't think I brought a barbecue spit with me, and I don't think they gave me one. So I'm gonna have to get some potions fast. Like, at least get potion ingredients fast. This, I think, can have herbs. No, that's a sap plant. Yep, and this is not a good place to try to gather that anyway, because this is the place that's full of awful. Okay, he moved out of the place where the good spot to grab herbs is, so I might be able to get past him, get the herbs, use them to top my health back up again, and then give it another go. That is, of course, if I don't die on my way through. Oh, he's moving further. Okay. There might actually be really good hope for us if he keeps moving more. Because if he keeps moving much more, that might be a sign that he's almost dead. And if he goes and sleeps, we might be able to get a easy finisher. Because when they're asleep, you do more damage. Can't find a single goddamn herb gather spot. There's honey, so if I can actually get a potion together, I can actually turn it into a mega, which would solve all of my problems. They do start moving around more, I do believe, once they start getting lower, or at least that's what I was told when I was playing Unite. Like, they start getting more and more erratic, basically, as they notice that they're in danger. He's also going right back where I'm trying to go. Because of course he is. I didn't leave anything in here that was useful, right? I think smoke... I don't know, it's dung bombs that make them leave, not smoke bombs. And we don't have any dung bombs. There he is. It might be better if I just make a go of it at this point, honestly. Because I do still have the one last potion. You can also do that dive, which I very rarely use because it leaves you super vulnerable, but it's your only way to dodge further away than just a roll. God damn it. He dodged me and burned me. That's not the way I wanted to roll. I could buy time and let my health regenerate. That is an option. But I'd only get back up to that red spot as I talked about before. Though the rare stake, I seem to recall, increases the speed at which that red comes back. Though if I'm not careful eating that long, I'm gonna lose that. Yeah, that is coming back faster. Okay. I completely missed that swing. Also, my sword is way worse off than I thought, actually. I can't do that. If I try to fight him right now, I'm going to lose. Like, more so than I already was going to. Because I won't even be able to hurt him in a respectable manner at the moment. He is, like, right on my tail, so I can't grab those herbs. Just try to quickly sharpen before things notice I'm here. He's gonna be right there where I area changed, though, which is gonna be bad. Where? Oh, he's leaving. This is perfect. Not paint berries, herbs. Give me the good herb. You're just gonna give me paint berries, aren't you? Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. The good news is, everything we're killing, if we actually take the time to carve it, we'd actually get the parts from them, and get to keep them. So I really should be carving while I'm here. Except, fucking despawn so fast! But this is a way to kind of like recoup your losses a little bit if you think you're gonna lose. But at this point, it's not worth trying to recoup losses. All I'll do is dull my blade too much. I need to just do what I can and hope for the best. Good night, ABC. Didn't like that. Goddamn cats are stealing my shit. That's not where I wanted to angle the camera. Kind of want to wait till he charges again. Come on, run at me. No, run at me. Yeah, like that. So maybe without the fireballs? Yeah, I had to shy away too much because of the fireballs. I'm glad I had iframes there, or we would have just been dead right away. Got him! The last possible chance I could have gotten him, and he could have gotten me, but we did it. We killed the Kutku with way less armor than I'm supposed to do it with. Whew. I knew I had to just make a go for it, because I knew he was low. Whew. We are, like, scraping by right now. This is the rush that the old Monster Hunters give you, though, is because you have to scrape by like this. Like, you're just on the most narrow margins. I mean, it's a lot to expect somebody to read, especially since the main point you're getting at is still bidding somebody good night, but that is well written. I'll give you that. The only real issue it has is a little unwieldy. No problem. Yeah, we get a bunch of screamers, Kutku webbing, medium bones. Unfortunately, that was still, like, 0 monetary reward. But the parts off the Kutku are worth a lot of money. So I think I can springboard that into making more armor. Or buying more armor. And we can start getting into a better position. Because if you look, Kutku webbing is 650, shells are 345. The bone is only 210, that's not really worth a ton. The screamers are also not worth selling, but they will have their own use in a couple recipes. And we didn't get the right part off of it to actually unlock any Kutku armor, it looks like. So I have no reason to keep the Kutku parts at the moment. Oh yeah, we could have made the light belt out of the Kelby hide. I completely missed this before. And that's pretty cheap to make. I probably should make it, just so we at least have one defense. So I don't have the Kelby hide on me right now. How much do I need for Velociprey Greaves? I'm not gonna have the iron ore. That's gonna be the big issue. Because we've yet to have a time where I really sat down and gathered metal, because we've just not had good places to mine. The forest we're at now, I think, will be a good enough place to mine that I can go farm some iron ore. Yeah, because everything needs iron ore. How much does it cost to buy armor? Yeah, it's not that expensive to buy basic bitch armor. And it'll be better than nothing. At this point, I think it might actually be worth buying the armor. At the very least, I'll buy the blue pants. Both so we have pants on, and so we have 2 more defense. And then if we go sell the Kutku parts, we can actually armor up a bit more. We're not broke anymore, except we're about to be broke again. I put off buying armor for too long. As it stands, buying this armor is not the greatest choice I could be making, but it's a better choice than nothing. Yeah, since there's not really skills to worry about at the moment, we'll just go ahead and grab the more expensive helmet. And there we go. Now we have 15 defense instead of the, like, 5 we had before. Now here's the only other issue we have between us and actually hunting bigger prey more, is we are very short on healing resources. The 7 herbs I bought there are going to be enough for us to make, I think, enough of the... Like, I think that's a match for how many blue mushrooms I have left, is what I was trying to say, and then my brain kind of fell apart. Oh no, I used those already. I only have 1. Okay, we're gonna have to go on a gathering trip first then, so we actually have healing resources. Because we're a little bit more durable now, but we can't just go and keep fighting strong threats over and over again right now. Like, I could probably do the Velociprey 10 quest right now, so we can actually get some money. By the way, look at how much reward we could have had if I didn't die twice. We could have had nearly 1,000 zenny by itself. Except I died twice and lost most of that money. It's so bad. We could try going to the desert and getting Piscine livers, but that requires cold drinks to keep from having problems. And I believe that the Piscine livers involve getting the little fish things to get out of the sand, which I think needs sonic bombs generally to get them out of the sand. So it's not really a great suggestion. I could go kill the Velocidrome again, potentially, but again, I should go gather things, which is going to involve going back to level 2 then. We'll go ahead and do the Kelby quest again, because that's one I can actually complete reasonably easily. But also should have most of the places I want to go to open to me. And I think this is also one that gave us a pickaxe and a bug net. The bug net I'm not really going to worry too much about, but the pickaxe is going to be important. Nope, it was the mushroom one that gave me the things. Okay. Well, farming Kelbys will still help. It just isn't gonna be what I was hoping for. But hey, we at least look like we actually have a purpose being out here instead of weird man in underwear swinging giant sword at everything in sight. So that's good, right? I mean, I guess it depends on people's definition of good. For some people, it probably was better when I was in constant oh god no mode. How is that Vespid still alive? Like, I'm trying not to hit it too hard. Yeah, because that was the problem. You can hit them light enough that they'll die and actually stay intact. And that's the only way you can get resources from them. After I'd hit it those times, I should have kicked it. Because the kick does, I think, like, literal 1 damage. But you can actually use it to kill things. That's also dependent on whether they're even harvestable in the first game. So I remember harvesting a bunch of them in Unite because there's actually like Vespid specific armor you can get and things like that. Ditto with later games. I just don't remember if it exists in this one or not. But the parts might actually be worth a decent amount of money based on how annoying they are to get. I'm slowly but surely adapting to the greatsword. But there's an argument in my head right now of switching to the hammer, even though the hammer is more awkward to use. It does have the stunning abilities that could be handy for hunting some of these things solo. Especially since we're consistently ending up having to hit things in the head, just primarily because of the fact that we can't do anything but bounce on any other parts. Because my plan for fighting that Kutku was to trip it, because that's what I'm used to doing, even if the greatsword would not be necessarily the best choice as a tripping weapon. It really would be the only choice I had. I'm mostly just killing the Kelbies so we have the quest requirement in hand, and then I'm gonna go farm herbs and such before we leave. Because we have maxed out herbs right now, but I'm gonna go grab the blue mushrooms to make potions. Make the potions and then grab another set of herbs. Look at how fucking shit the sharpness on this sword is. Dulled after just killing like 4 deer. Really can be very sad sometimes. But yeah, some may consider this the unfortunate part of Monster Hunter, where you're having to do a bit of farming in order to put yourself in a position where you can function. I kind of go back and forth on that idea, because I do enjoy making armor sets and things like that. And I don't mind doing the work to get it to a certain degree. There are some things that I find very tedious to farm. Like, some monsters included. Gravios, I'm looking at you. This Gravios is just kind of annoying. Because for those that don't know, Gravios is just a big rocky bastard who is just kind of annoying to do much to. So it can sometimes end up being a slog for both sides to get anything done. Okay, we have enough horns. We have some spares that I can sell or use to make... I believe Kelbie horns were necessary for ancient potions, which are the full heal potions. Sometimes renamed to max potions in some of the games. Problem is, I think I need catalysts and Kelbie horns, or Kelbie horns were part of the catalyst, one of the two. But I don't remember the actual recipes anymore. So I don't know how useful the Kelbie horns are actually going to be to me. I did the wrong input, so I ended up not swinging properly. It's very easy to press the wrong direction on the stick and end up not doing the swing you want. I guess the raw meat's actually kind of important too, because I can use that to make steaks to not have to worry about stamina as much, to us not have to rush as much. Which, that clock up there is important, by the way, because there is a time limit on every quest you do, for those not familiar with the series. It is a very long time limit, but it is a time limit. And of course, I'm getting literally every mushroom but the one I'm looking for. The good news is, since there's no account point system in this game, getting special mushrooms is actually a good thing because it directly converts to money. So I don't actually mind getting some special mushrooms. In some of the later games, you'll actually have account points that convert into purchasing things for a farm that you have and a bunch of other side mechanics, including purchasing certain items with points instead of needing to spend money on them. But yeah, it's gonna very much depend, A, on interest, and B, on if I run into something that I really just don't care to deal with / can't deal with the weapons available in this game. How long we keep playing this. Because, like, I'm down to do another session of this currently. Is, even though it may seem boring at points, it is entertaining enough for me to keep going. I just don't know how invested anybody watching is, so I do need feedback on that. I currently have no reason not to turn these into mega potions. Aside from the fear that they turned into trash instead of mega potions. Is this all one patch? Yeah, that is all one patch, okay. So we didn't gain a ton of potions. I could kill the pigs and hope that they drop blue mushrooms. Best case, they drop blue mushrooms. Worst case, they drop either raw meat or special mushrooms, which are still beneficial to me. Sweet. But I will say, I will probably offload some of this gathering between sessions, now that y'all have seen the beginning, and I have quests I can use to gather without y'all missing the quests. This way you're not watching me do exactly what I'm doing right now, gathering potion ingredients and things like that. And I'll basically, like, go fetch money to a limited degree money anyway, because I don't think I want to farm a ton of money necessarily. Because I kind of like this, like, scraping by situation we're in right now, because it makes things more interesting than if I just sat there and jammed a bunch of potions in my face whenever things got scary. Kill a couple of these to get meat out of them. You can also get bones out of these, and we do need more bones as well. You can tell that one's dead even while it's still thrashing, by the way, if its hitbox disappears and you can't keep hitting it. Ooh, this one actually has 2 carves. Oh right, I forgot, the big guys do have 2 carves, don't they? And this one thankfully didn't despawn, so I guess let's grab the other carve out of him. Yeah, we have 4 raw meats, but I don't have a spit with me. This is the wrong way. I'm gonna go ahead and just turn in what we've got. Because we have a handful of potions other than the starting potions now, so that should be enough to carry us for a little bit. Because at our current state of things, a mega potion is basically the majority of a health bar. So that should be good enough, but I want to check. Was there a spit in the box? No, there wasn't. Because after a certain point, they expect you to buy one and just use your own. Yeah, part of the reason why the timer is as generous as it is, especially in these earlier ones, is these earlier ones expect you to do the gathering in the field on the way to the monster, to a certain degree. Like, prep work is part of the game. That kind of relaxes more as the series goes on. Is they give you better and easier ways to get all the things you need. The bright side, we are making money doing this as well. It's not much money, but we're making money along the way. And we have a bunch of Kelby hide in storage, so I can sell all the Kelby hide I picked up. Which I don't think was much, but it's better than nothing. Yet again. Is now we're basically at the point of building up money to get our weapon upgrade. Because I could have bought the weapon upgrade from the money we had instead of buying armor. But writing was on the wall that armor seemed like a better idea. As alien a concept as that may be for me sometimes. I don't think... Yeah, no, I don't have any way of cooking here. I don't know if cooking's even actually in this one at all as far as, like, getting food buffs at the start of hunts. I think that might have started in the second game. Because there's not even a spot where a chef would be, unless we move somewhere before the game's over. And I'm not sure about that one. But in order to improve our current greatsword, we would need 2,000. We have enough bones. Not by a lot, but we have enough bones. How much would it take to buy the iron one? Same amount as it would to get the bone one upgraded. And it would be weaker, but it would be sharper, is why I was debating the swap over to the iron. And the iron's advantage would be all I have to do is mine to keep upgrading it. Well, mining and, of course, I have to keep getting more money, which is going to be an issue. I could do the help for the festival one and see if that sets me up in a good position to get the stuff I want. Or I can go do a more significant version of the mushroom mission. If I don't have to, I'm not doing the second wyvern egg one. And I think the second egg one is not required. I think at this point it ceases requiring all of the missions to go on, but it might still, in which case I'm gonna be sad. On the bright side, that one actually pays better. We could go kill a bunch of Volfangos. Even if they're kind of a pain to kill with the greatsword at the moment. Now, we're gonna do the gathering one, even though it's not gonna be that interesting, in the hopes that it puts us in a position where we can actually gather more, so I can get what I need. Because I don't remember what all of the spawns on this map are, so I'm kind of hoping that this map will have more of what we need on it. So I should put my potions elsewhere. There we go. I don't want to end up wasting my potions trying to protect myself. Yeah, this isn't gonna have what I need in it. The plant's just gonna be bad. What I want to do is go down here and hope that there's mining points. Because down here in the caves, there should be some. Yep, there appears to be one right there. You can tell it's a mining point when your pickaxe lights up in your inventory, indicating you can use it. Iron ore 1. Really? One spawn? Oh. Getting stabbed in the ass while paralyzed. Ow. There we go, 2-for-1 special. Unfortunately, more are just gonna keep spawning. God, I remember the days when small monsters were no problem because I used something that could kill them without it being a problem. Those were the good old days. The good old future days, which is a weird thing to think about, but you know. This spot's pretty good. You fuck. I think that still uses up a use of the pickaxe, but I don't get anything for it because the little bastard hit me. Also, look at how much health we're losing just because of continued hits there. It's really unfortunate. Tink. Iron ore. Disc stone. I might start selling some of these disc stones because we have a lot of them. I probably don't want to be here. This seems like a bad place to be. At the same time, it might be a good place to find bones. Whee! I'm gonna try to go over to 9 and 10 and see if that's another cave. It's dark brown, so it should be like mountains or caves over there. Something along them lines. Oh yeah, there's worms and such you could use for fishing around here. Nope, these reeds don't count as things I can gather. Okay. One of them stood out, so I'm like, ooh, plant? Nothing found. Nothing here. I really should have my pickaxe selected in case any of these rocks are actually mineable when I'm forgetting that they count. But I'm pretty sure everything that's mineable in this game in particular has an X on it. Oh, it's cold here. That's not great. That's gonna do in my stamina. At least I think cold does stamina. I think it's health in hot areas and cold is stamina. One mining bit, huh? Okay. And yeah, obviously a waterfall cave would be pretty chilly. So it makes sense that it'd be cold here. Microlite, we're gonna need that after the iron, so that's good. I am gonna have to turn around and go hunt down all of the mushroom points after we do all of this. Is there actually a reason to go all the way into the back here? No, this is probably where our monster nests. Scatter nuts. You would think caves would have lots of mushrooms in them, but for some reason these caves seem to not. And you just had meat in you. As you should, but at the same time, maybe you don't. Because it inconveniences me, and I do not appreciate being inconvenienced. Hell, I don't even remember if this one has, like, armor or an attack charms or not to put in our inventory to boost us up a little bit. I just realized that. It's like, you know, I don't even think those exist yet. Can I use the bait I accidentally picked up somewhere over here just so I can get rid of it? In a useful fashion instead of throwing it away? Doesn't look like it, but I did see a plant here. Herbs? Damn it. I see mushrooms. Hopefully this is a decent amount of mushrooms, so I'm not looking for like 30 spots of mushrooms. Three out of 10. 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10. Okay, that's not bad. That's almost half. yeah, you can just throw rocks, by the way, like this. Whack! Just hit the Aptonoth in the side of the head. Actually, I don't remember if those are Aptonoths at all, or I can't remember what those are called. Oh wait, no, those, I think those are Popos, because you get Popo tongues out of them later in the series. Ow. Aptonoths, I think, are another one. Where's Popos? I can never remember the names of the random big four-legged herbivores that each of these games have, because some of them have different ones. The irrelevant herbivores are just that, irrelevant. I remember what Velociprey are, because as you can see, they're a fucking menace. And menaces respect their fellow menace. Hey there, Zero, how's it going? And yeah, it's the original, though. So don't get too excited, because it's gonna be a bit of a different ride. But it's been a while, how you been? I'm currently gathering back up some material because we barely scraped through fighting in our first major fight. Nice, nice, convenient timing. And I feel you on that tired, but I'm glad you're otherwise okay. Everything's fine here other than similar case of tired. Yup. Right stick all the way, no greatsword charging, no longsword existing, no gun lance, no a lot of things. Most importantly, no money, because this game is super stingy with money. Like, it is a rough go, but we're making it work. I'm guardedly excited for Wilds, because I've still kind of kept myself somewhat in the dark about some of the things they're doing with it till it gets closer to coming out. But I'm mostly worried because some of what they did with Rise didn't really hit for me, so I'm wondering if it's going to keep going on that same trajectory, which would probably not make me as happy as it could. It's gonna be an interesting one regardless. Oh, I enjoyed it, just a lot of the gimmicks didn't do anything for me is more the thing. Like, I didn't really feel that jazzed about wire bugs, and I ended up not really using them to their fullest extent because I didn't really care. I enjoyed the Palamutes. Getting around the map faster was nice, but I feel like they kind of were underutilized in some regards as a whole. And I ended up picking up Sunbreak, but I didn't really do a ton with it, so I don't really have too much in terms of thoughts about Sunbreak. I promised I was gonna do this at some point, and well, here we are. What's more horrifying than the clunky original of something? I keep hearing that, but my first experiences with it didn't really do anything for me, and then I got distracted by other things, so I just never happened to go back. It's like the initial impression of Sunbreak really doesn't do it that many favors. And, you know, distraction is the bane of all video games. Now, I didn't intend for this little jaunt through history to line up with when Wilds comes out, but with it coming out next year, it may actually end up lining up that when I finish going through at least some of the motions in all of the rest of the series, so people see where it came from, we might end up lining up with when Wilds comes out, which would be very funny. It really depends on how long I spend on each of the games. And mind you, this is only going to be all of the releases I can get a hold of in English. With the way Rise ended up on Game Pass, I wouldn't be surprised if it did, because a lot of Capcom stuff ends up on Game Pass. It just may be a few months before it gets to Game Pass. It also really depends on how much they got out of Rise being on Game Pass. Personally, I hope it will be, because I don't know if I'm excited enough about Wilds to want to pay the price they're going to want for it, to put it bluntly. And there's also the extra layer of they kind of have to do something really special with Wilds for me to put down the fact that I have so much other Monster Hunter content I could do in favor of Wilds. You actually got further in Portable Third than I did, I think, then, because I only did a handful of hunts in Portable Third, but I went all the way up to G rank and Unite, but I played with a friend, so... Because Unite was my introduction to the series more significantly than playing this when I was a kid and hating it, kind of. I mind it less now because I come back to it with the understanding to know why these decisions are the way they are, rather than God, pain, misery, why. Yeah, I think we stopped, like, literally at the transition point to G-Rank before we both got busy and then ended up not actually doing anything with it anymore. Because I remember we were doing the Laoshen Lung, one of the Laoshen Lung hunts. The big fucking hitbox across the entire chasm he's walking through. Oh, bastard. I have one of the Generations games. It's just unfortunate that it's stuck on the 3DS with controls I do not care for. And, you know, Citra exists, so I could technically emulate the Generations game, but one of the Generations is on 3DS, and then there's 4U, I think it was the other 3DS one. So you could have had either of them. I have both of them, but I think I only actually played I only played 4U for the most part, and I didn't end up doing Generations. It might have been, but that's the only one I don't have out of the 3DS ones then. Because I know Tri was the original... Well, no, Tri wasn't the original 3. The portable one, I think, was the original 3, and then Tri was after that, and then 3 would have been after that one. Yeah, that'll be easier than trying to remember which ones run what systems. The only lineup I have currently intended is this one, a translated version of Monster Hunter 2. I'm gonna skip over Freedom 1 and 2 because they basically get rolled into Unite, so you may as well just do the packaged version of it at that point. So obviously I'll be doing Unite because that was my first real deep experience of that anyway, so I'll have a decent amount to talk about with that one. Then I'll be doing a bit of Portable Third, and this is obviously not all today. This is over a long span of time that I'll be covering all of these. And Portable third might be where I stop. It depends on if I can convince myself to do 3DS emulation and can figure out a way to do it nice enough. Then I'll probably... Well, correction, Wii emulation's not too bad, so I'll probably do Tri as well. Because I played a little bit of Tri. So I can also lend some context on that. And basically, from that point, that's all of the ones other than World and Rise that I have any real experience with. But I may still do some digging and see if I can get setups for some of the other ones as well. And I do have intentions of pulling people for Unite and Onward, because at the very least, Unite, I know how to do the setup on here for the multiplayer. The other ones I don't know so well about how to make work well. And I also didn't do the multiplayer for this one because I didn't anticipate anybody was gonna be foolish enough to want to join me on this adventure. Nor am I that confident in PS2 net play to want to try to play that idea out. I'm out of food, huh? Oh, my stamina's gonna go to hell in a handbasket. Which is unfortunate because our only way out of this mission is to turn in enough special mushrooms, and I'm having trouble finding another spot where mushrooms spawned. But maybe there'll be a mushroom spawn over here, though I think this is where the cats live, so there's probably only going to be a cat lair here and nothing else. No, there's this guy who wants mystery bones, probably. I don't really have a specific favorite, because honestly, I bounced around the series so much that a lot of it is kind of a blur. I did really enjoy the design of Tobi-Kadashi. I will definitely say that. Like, that's one that pops to mind immediately. Because, like, that's probably one of the more memorable ones in my mind, mostly because of multiple different friends of mine screaming about the annoying electric flying squirrel and having a good laugh about that. Because even though it's very much a lizard of some description, it really acts like a flying squirrel. Oh, that's the recipe for herbal medicine. Cactus flower and bitterbug. Ivy can be harvested. Yeah, there we go. That's how you make the nets that then make traps. Right. Yeah. His crafting is so much more important in this one since you're fucking broke as a joke all the time. There were no mushrooms here, which is a real shame. Did I miss? I must have missed a mushroom spawn somewhere. Which, for reference, this is why I always recommend people playing any of these. Go and look up maps of where all the gatherable spots are. Yeah, For You was the... I think that was the more heavily played one on the 3DS, so that does make a degree of sense. That would be the one that'd be more readily accessible. Because I want to say they printed less copies of Generations. And For You is also the one I played more of, because that was also the one I played with the same person I played Unite with and one other person for a little while. Before, yet again, everybody got busy and we split off and did our own things. There's a spot to get honey, and I definitely want to grab that to make more mega potions. But yeah, For You is a very good game. It's just unfortunate that it's on the 3DS. That's basically my feelings on that one. Is just trying to play Monster Hunter on the 3DS is pain. At least for me, it was. Because I didn't have, like, the fancy circle pad or any of that apparently made it way better to play. I just had a base model 3DS and a lot of upset fingers afterwards. Well, they've done a lot of things recently, but yes, that they've shut down a bunch of things again lately. As they do, like, every other month at this rate. Aha! There we go. Hopefully there's enough mushrooms here. If there isn't, I'm gonna murder that pig and hope that he's got a mushroom in his belly. Okay, I think we have enough mushrooms, but I'll take any extras I can get. Nope, no extras. Yep, we have 10 special mushrooms, so it's time to get the hell out of here. This one already took longer than I intended it to. And the trip back's gonna take a bit. It's kind of funny in some ways how Nintendo's own behavior to try to protect its brand, quote-unquote, ends up causing people to actually more aggressively pirate their stuff because they piss off everybody by doing what they do. So it really just kind of shoots them in the foot every time they try to do something to curtail it. It's like, well, you're kind of being a dick, so you know what? Here, we're just gonna do a different thing and take away your stuff a different way now. And care even less about the fact that even though you think you're not getting the money you're supposed to be getting, most of the people already bought the damn things anyway and just wanted a more convenient way to do it. It's probably part that, part like them just being in a weird pride space as usual, because I've noticed at least that's been a thing that's been claimed, is it's one of those things where they try to protect their IPs not so much because of the money, but because it's theirs and they don't want people doing things with it that they didn't approve. Or at least that's where things like the fan game pressure and such comes from. Obviously, emulation pressure is more likely to be from not wanting to give up ways of making people spend money on their things, which ends up feeling kind of wacky when they go after things that have been out of production for forever. Like, hey, you know what? Let's take down a bunch of shit that hasn't been re-released or hasn't been on a system that people have touched in like 20 years. That's a good idea that makes sense and won't piss off anybody, right? There's nothing wrong with this plan. Yeah, I have enough iron ore. I'm just a little too poor to switch to the iron sword. Yeah, I don't have anywhere near the material to make the Buster Sword, which would be a better sword. I mean, that also wouldn't be a huge shock, but I don't think they're the company that would be likely to foster that kind of behavior. At least not as much as certain other companies. Oh, yeah, traveling merchants are a thing. They'll sometimes give you stuff that you can't get anywhere else. Yeah, Psycho Serum's a way to find the monsters without needing to paintball them. That's actually really useful. Farcasters are great for taking you home. He's also got monster information. Without these, you don't actually get any of the information on monsters. Books of combos are also great because they will make you stop failing to make mega potions. These are both baits, not actual useful bugs. I could grab a couple cool drinks and try one of the desert quests, though we only have the one desert quest and I would want sonic bombs for that, so no. No thank you, sir. Especially when I'm already constantly fucking broke as it is. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna put my iron ore away for now and go do another quest before we do anything else. Because everything else I kind of want to hang on to. Because the herbs and mushrooms make the potions, the honey makes the mega potions. Speaking of, I should just make the potions right now because I'm not at cap for potions. I could just convert all of the potions into megas. So that's a gamble because of the 90%. We'll just do that. 5 megas should be enough to do most anything I want to go out and do right now. Because by the time I run out of those mega potions, I'm probably going to be out of sharpness to hit things with. Speaking of, I should actually buy a couple whetstones as a safety net for that. I don't need a bug net that much because most of the bugs are not for anything I'm going to be working on. Now that we've got resources again, though, let's go do some killing again. Let's go ahead and get this Velociprey mission out of the way. I shouldn't need all of the healing I'm carrying for that. But it's a good one to get out of the way, and then we'll go do another Kut-Ku kill, probably. It's funny that I put on all this armor, and then only now am I gonna go fight things again, instead of going and picking flowers with my full suit of armor. But, like I said, the prep work's important. Without the prep work, there is no hunt. I can't actually use that fire. Go ahead and jam a ration in my face right off the top to get the extra stamina. And off we go. There should be a decent amount of Velociprey just like immediately ahead of us. Missed it. Carve him up before he despawns. That we should get a decent bit of extra parts from this quest, because quest rewards are always relevant to the thing you're hunting. Though for gathering quests, you'll get a bunch of random things from the area as well. Not actually random, but they may as well be random, because unless you really sit there and know the information, you're not going to be able to tell what you're going to get. Because it isn't always pertinent to the thing they tell you to go gather. There we go. Starting to get the hang of this big old chunk of bone. Of course, every time I say that, I start immediately whiffing every attack afterwards, so I should probably stop saying that. But at the same time, it's funnier when I say that and then immediately fail. Get him on the backswing, catch him on the cross swing. Ooh, that looked like it hurt. And he's still alive. You know what? Credit to him. He's a durable little bastard. Oh, this one was already too close to despawning. I hear more of them. Yep, there's another one. That's right, I hit you in the butt. What are you gonna do about it? There we go. That's how you use your big overweight weapon to your advantage. rather than timing everything wrong like I was doing earlier and getting bodied. Damn it. Like, it was embarrassing earlier. I was getting bullied by those things because I could not hit them. And I'm not afraid to say it because it was bad. But it was also, from an outside perspective, really funny. Grab these mushrooms in the hopes that I either get actually useful mushrooms or at least I get money. And it's gonna give me the one thing that I can't do either of those things with, which is nitro shrooms. Because I think nitro shrooms are only good for making ammo. Which again is something we're not doing because you need to make separate armor sets in this game to be able to be a gunner. And that's just a waste of resources. They do still give you constant supplies of normal ammo in some areas at least, but you end up using up so many resources making anything better than normal ammo. And you definitely have to make better than normal ammo in a lot of the situations. There's such a satisfaction to catching them like right under the chin with the upswing and just sending them. I don't think these are the last two I need. No, these are the last two I need. Okay. I might actually sidestep them for a second and try to get the mushrooms in the hopes of getting what we want. Thankfully, they're a little stupid, so they're not terrible to sidestep. That's not a mushroom. That's a mushroom. Is the more we can multitask, the better this will be. Arguably, I should actually ditch these two and go up into the tunnel to get more mining done as well. But I can't be bothered to go that far afield on this job. Which is, again, what's going to cost me as far as actually having the resources I need, but it'll be fine. We'll figure things out. It's like I was saying before, and actually similar to what I was talking about yesterday with there being a certain extra satisfaction to being stuck in a position of poor resources and making it work rather than always having everything you need at hand at all times. You know, it's one of those triumph over adversity type things. Yesterday it had come up in the context of card games, but it really applies here as well. I'll be honest, killing that at Yen Kutku earlier today probably was my most satisfying Kutku fight other than my first time fighting one. That was the closest to losing a Kutku fight I think I've been in years. Because as I said at the time, they used to be my farming punching bag monster. Or back in Unite, when I was playing that the most. Before I graduated to turning Rathlos and Rathian into my punching bag monsters. Or just to make money off of. Is once you get decent enough with longsword and have an electric longsword, you can really just bully a Rathian without even thinking about it. And there we go. Another quest completed and paid out. We still have not failed a quest yet. And I take that as my biggest badge of honor out of this session so far, is the fact that there's not been a single failed quest. we got down to our last cart against that Yankutku, and that was even the first one that took more than one life off of us. The Velocidrome took a life. And that was mostly just because I was getting bullied by all of his friends the whole time, and I just couldn't get headway. Yeah, we don't need all of these Velociprey parts we just picked up, necessarily. So I think for money purposes, I'm gonna go ahead and send those. We may end up being short on parts at some point, but it'll be a big help financially to us to get rid of that. I think I have like 10 or so of most of the parts in here. Yeah, I've got 18 fangs, 9 scales, and 7 hides. That's plenty unless I'm aiming to make a full set, which, since skills don't exist in this game, it seems, I don't really need to worry about making full sets of anything. Or really making anything in particular other than Defense Go Burr. But this is the way things work out better, is you come out of a mission with a potion profit instead of a potion loss. Do you have anything different this time? No. I think even though he's a traveling merchant, I think he always has the same things. So let's see. I think we might be in the same boat as we were before. Like, I could make the iron sword, lose a little bit of damage and gain more sharpness so I stop having to sharpen as often. And all that would take is all of the money we have, basically, and the 3 iron ore that we have. Or we keep saving up our money and upgrade the Bone Blade to Bone Blade Plus, which we have all the monster bones for, and it would upgrade it to having more sharpness than the iron one, and yet more damage. This is the better choice overall, it just involves more waiting. The thing about making the iron greatsword is it opens up another upgrade path for us. And that's the reason why I'm considering it. And immediate results versus waiting. Because everybody knows by now how much I love waiting. The alternative is, can I actually scrape the money together right now? With what I have spares of, like... We know that the Velociprey parts aren't going to sell for enough. And I don't... I don't really have enough of anything else to make something work there. I would need a lot more earth crystals, for example, for that to be meaningful. And crickets are worth, like, nothing. So yeah, here we go killing again. I could go hunt all the Bullfango down. Or I go try to take a Cutco again in the interest of making money. Because with better armor and more of my resources intact, I could probably take a Cutco a lot better right now. But at the same time, now that I said that, it's probably not a good idea to do that. Because no sooner have I said that, is it now gonna bite me in the ass. So I'm just gonna go kill the Bullfangos and shut my mouth about that idea. I talked a reasonably balanced game, I'd say, about taking on the Cutco in the first place, and we nearly got bodied. So let's just keep making progress at the moment rather than refighting something for now. We've only had to do one repeat quest right now, and I would like to keep it that way, but I feel like we're gonna hit a point where I can't keep not doing repeats. Just in the interest of actually being able to handle the thing we're doing. I'm kind of surprised we're going here to hunt Bullfangos, though. I thought we would have been going to the other place where we saw a... Actually, no, because over there on the left in the green, there was that place that had 3 of them. So I guess that's why the quest is a thing. But I am going to sidetrack a little bit, because we do still have our pickaxes on us, and we do have a known couple mining points that we can go hit. And if I keep disregarding mining like I keep doing because I'm lazy, we're never going to get better equipment going. I freely admit to having gotten kind of complacent because of how much easier it is to get resources in literally all of the other games. Because I think all of the games after this one, 2 may or may not have a farm. I didn't play enough of 2 yet to know whether there's a farm. But you have at least, like, farms and things like that in just about all of the games afterwards, which provide you passive income of some resources. Not all of them, obviously, but some of them. Isn't there a mining point on these rocks somewhere, or am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. Which I feel like that's already been proven by the choices I've made anyway, but that's neither here nor there. There's a chance there's a mining point down here. Not where I meant to end up, and that is camera angle fuckery 101 coming into play right there. Oh yeah, you can ping, by the way. Useless for my purposes right now since I'm by myself. But just note the fact that this game on the PS2 had a pinging feature, and yet somehow we have games even in this day and age that can't manage to figure out how to make a ping function work. Yeah, let that also stand as proof that literally every Monster Hunter game has had a means of pinging. Pinging at least yourself. Because I think genuinely all of them have had that. Whether it's reasonable to use or not varies a bit. Because some of them can be real dumb to use as far as the input required goes. Yeah, I guess there isn't a mining point here, or it's a pain in the ass to get to over there somewhere, and I just can't be bothered anymore, and I'm just gonna take the one that's in the 1/1s in here. And be happy enough with what I'm going to hopefully get. Okay, that bone's not real. I thought there was a second mining point up here, but I think it was because I kept mining from over here and then going and grabbing an egg, hating life, running all the way over. Wash, rinse, repeat. And yeah, that's how you're supposed to get whetstones without buying them, by the way, is mining them up. Though, let's be honest, you're probably better off just buying them. Because the exchange rate on whetstones from your pickaxe usage is not great, in my opinion, because it takes like 2 pickaxe usages to pay for 1 whetstone. No, 2 whetstones pay for 1 pickaxe immediately. But in those pickaxe usages, you could have gotten iron ore or something that you can't buy. And I would always rather get something money can't buy, so I don't have to keep farming for it. It looks like we might have gotten the short end of the stick on the mining attempt here, because I think those were the only mining points around. And they certainly didn't pay off. There was only the one, and all we got was a goddamn whetstone. Which, don't get me wrong, it'll come in handy when we fight an actual monster again. 100% it will. But it's also 80s any. And as you might imagine, I'm not super jazzed about saving 80 Zenny right now. As much as we are poor, I'm not really worried about every 80 Zenny. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought the herbs when I did. But yeah, be prepared for these Bullfangos to take way more hits than the average enemy we've been fighting so far. Like, they're actually gonna be a bit of an issue. Just because they're kind of tanky. And short of sitting here and doing the constant guarding loop, there's really not much we're gonna be able to do about them being a problem. So we're gonna keep getting bullied by them a bit here. No pun intended. I think we did kill one of them, though. There it is. Give me your skin. Ow. I think he technically hit me twice, because he did way more damage than they did before. Oh, right, another one respawned. So we're just going to constantly have 3 of them here, I think. Which is where the real issue is going to lie, is trying to fight these with a greatsword when you can't even move is a bit stink. Like, I'm actually kind of stuck right now. And this is why it's entirely possible to get carded by Bullfangos. Is you can just kind of end up crowd surfing on a fucking conga line of doom here. Okay, that's another one down. Give me your skin too. Nope, you gave me meat. Sadness. Now, a smarter man would actually take his time, let them charge, and then hit them afterwards like I just did a moment ago. Problem is, the room layout's not exactly great for that idea either, because they'll frequently end up out of reach. And, you know, there's 3 of them. So the moment you start dealing with one, you're just gonna get railroaded by the other ones. Thankfully, we can make that happen, where they smash into each other. Is there a 4th one? Yep, there's 4 of them now. They're actually increasing in number. And now I've dulled my sword too. Love it. Love that for me. Hold that thought. Taking a range check on that fight. Back in a moment. Getting bullied by a bunch of goddamn pigs. Remember I said that I didn't want to do the cut coop again because I didn't want to burn my resources? Yeah, about that. I'm so used to being able to fight these better because I have a weapon that I can actually consistently keep them under control with instead of being the one getting juggled. Because I really am just having a hard time getting a word in edgewise against these damn things half the time. I have to burn a goddamn mega potion against Bullfangos. Hate it here. Now, don't get me wrong, I didn't have to spend that potion that way, but it's a better idea than if I didn't. Because I feel like it'd be worse if I got carded by a Bullfango. God damn it! I cannot get more than like a hit in against any of them because they're all out of alignment again. And thanks to the camera, I can't tell where they're coming from. Thankfully, they will kill each other for me. Okay, we're halfway through. We're halfway through the amount of Bullfangos needed. Jesus. He's coming for me, I think. There he goes. And it seems like they might have stopped spawning for the second. Now I hear one moving, and we already killed enough that there shouldn't be any other movement here. I think this one's not been hurt much. But yeah, one-on-one, forcing them into a wall and then hitting them is the way. It's just dealing with multiple, which, great sword, dealing with multiple of anything is proving to be the issue for me constantly. Did I use all my... Yep, I sure did use all my freebies. Okay, I thought so. But in the moment, I'm like, maybe I missed one? No? Okay. I didn't even use my rations yet, so we'll quickly get our stamina back up that way. That's right, I just ate your friends. Nah. How did that catch me? I was in the middle of dodging. Also, that dodge did not go where it was supposed to. But it's kind of fair that I got hit there. That I will definitely accept filing that under karma. I'm just not happy that that's how that played out. Notice how they changed direction, by the way. He looked like he was committed to a direction, and then immediately, as soon as he fully sent the charge, it's like, nope, I'm going a different way now. Haha! Yeah, just in case anybody's like, oh, just get them to a committed direction. That's not how that works. Well, while they charge off that way, I'll quickly sharpen back up. And you didn't need to roll there. No, why would you roll? Why would you follow directions and roll? And, you know, the whole getting knocked down thing definitely doesn't help us making forward progress here. Okay, that's another one down. But again, the delay on this damn sword... Because I was mashing the roll button because I knew what was coming. But I had no control. I'm gonna get hit again because I timed that wrong. Oh, audio is so important in this game because of the fact you can't see shit. Which, if anybody wonders how I learned to pay attention to sound so well, it's this series. This series taught me to pay attention to where things are by sound a lot. I really thought he was going to charge past me. Once again, forgetting the exact lesson I just taught everybody a second ago. Of don't trust the direction they're facing, because it's a lie. Which, fun fact, up until I believe it was either World or one of the other more recent ones before World, all of these little monsters like the Bullfangos and such would not actually be synchronized between multiple players in multiplayer. You'd actually be hitting the same monster, but they're in different locations. So you'd be seeing players being hit by nothingness, you'd be seeing people lashing out at nothing. It led to some real interesting moments, to say the least. It could be very funny watching your friend just getting bullied by thin air. But in reality, there's like a bunch of Vespids stabbing the shit out of him. But to you, the Vespids are like 5 miles to the right of that spot. Some would say that's really bad, and it kind of is, but it could also be much worse. It could have been, you know, the big monster that's not synced. They prioritized syncing the actual big, threatening, important thing over all of the regular enemies. That's not to excuse the fact that that probably before World should have managed to get fixed, but, you know. Priorities are not always on the things you might expect them to be on. Will this have herbs in it? It did, okay. So I can grab the herbs here and hopefully be able to restock our potion count. Since I really would rather not end up in a potion deficit from a fucking pig hunting job. Just everything about that feels bad. Like, we're almost in as deep a potion deficit hunting 10 pigs as we were hunting an actual monster. I'm about to get rolled, aren't I? Yep, here we go. I can hear it coming, but I'm like, I'm already committed now. Nothing I can do about it. You show that wall. Yep, great angle there, game. Where the fuck did he go? That way. There he goes. Oh, he's got a friend now. Bad day, bad day, bad day. That's not the direction I indicated for you to roll at all. God damn it. I got stuck on a root. Oh, you didn't die from that, huh? Well, that's a shame for me. You know, it might actually be cheaper if I take the carding. In terms of resources. Might just swallow my pride and take the carding. I'm gonna end up wasting the whetstone I got. Didn't have enough iframes on that roll. And there's the death because I rolled too early. Pain, misery, woe. That's the name of the show. And unceremoniously dumped in camp. Anyway, that happened. That can actually be a way to get your, like, stamina and such out of a hole without burning a bunch of resources as well. Is just let yourself get carded. It really depends on what your goal in winning that mission is. Are you going for the resources? Are you going for the money? What have you? Because if you're aiming for money, then voluntarily carding is not recommended. Fucking scatternuts. This way, at least we're getting some of the mushrooms back. Or, more accurately, some of the potions back. I think they ended up here. Yep, there they are. They're smashing into this wall here. Nice! He finished his friend off for me. I'm gonna carve him in front of him because he can't hurt me anymore. Literally could have avoided getting carded if I just killed one more. I'm so mad right now. I thought I had more than one left to do. God damn it. My fight money. Go ahead, keep hitting me. See how much I care. I'm immune now, motherfucker. Come here, you. This ain't even for rewards. This is just for revenge. You win this round, pig. You won't be so lucky next time. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, by the way. You actually get your contract fee back if you succeed. I forgot about that and didn't even pay attention when it was popping up. I don't think I actually need the Bullfango pelts for anything in particular, though. Oh yeah, since we have some iron ore, we can actually make some more Velociprey armor. Yeah, because I'm not going to really be making the bone armor, because it's the same as the Velociprey armor for me. So how much are Bullfango pelts worth? They're worth a decent amount, and we have a few in storage already, so sure, sell all of them. Unknown skulls are worth a good bit. We're almost to the amount we need to make the sword upgrade. We are, like, right there. So I think it's like 2,300 or something. 2,250, yeah, so basically 2,300. We're so close to having a less shit sword. Our dreams could be a reality. Our dream of hitting better. We can take some of our Kelby hides out and sell those to make up the difference. We can certainly take some of the Velociprey fangs out. We don't need 18 of them, I don't think. I don't need all those mystery bones anymore. We never really needed the nitro shrooms. But I don't think they're worth anything, but you know what? Selling them anyway. This way we should be able to make enough money to have some spare money to make sure we can actually do contracts as well. Yeah, see, these are worth literally next to nothing. And these are worth quite literally nothing. Yeah, between all of that, we still are gonna have like 100 left over after making the upgrade. Oof. I think I'm gonna have to sell a little bit more in order to be able to do an actual contract then. And I don't have the bones in my pocket, so I can't do... Worst part of this game. Having to go back to my goddamn box to get my stuff to make the thing. It's one of those, it makes sense. They're not gonna just make things without the items present. But at the same time, you know, they could have the stuff moved to them. I don't have to hand deliver everything. We'll sell the large barrel. I don't think we need that. And for shits and giggles, do crickets actually sell for more than I remember they do? Because I thought they were just another one of the ones that sells for 5. But I am, like, scraping for money. Yeah, they sell for literally 1. Fuck it. Take it anyway. Look. I didn't have a harpoon, so it took a little bit longer than it should have to deal with my white whale. But hey, we got a new sword now, and all I need is 1 Piscine Jaw and we can make an Agido. Or I go get 2 Velocidrome claws and some small monster bones to make the Serpent Blade, which if I remember right, the Serpent Blade's the better one of the 2. Yeah, it's got more yellow sharpness, so it stays sharp longer, and it's got the same damage, but I think Agido does make one I'm gonna want at some point. And you'll notice it doesn't really look any different. We just made a better version of the same sword, basically. But the next upgrade, it'll actually change to something else. But with the need for Velocidrome claws in mind, let's go fight the Velocidrome again. Since we actually have a reason to go get its parts. And I know I got rid of the claws before, but I don't think I even had 2 then either. I think I only had 1. So it wouldn't have much mattered. It just would have meant if I only get 1 now, then I wouldn't have to do it again. But as long as I keep situations under control enough, we can actually turn a profit here. 5% chance to garbage, and we ended up with some garbage again anyway. Rip. Just means I'm gonna go get some herbs and some mushrooms again. On the bright side, we, in theory, shouldn't cart again to the Velocidrome since we're wearing armor now, and we have improved our weapon. So the weapon's not gonna matter as much on that front. To be fair, I spent a lot of time getting knocked around by those Bullfango, so the revenge was justified. That one in particular also struck first, so... Not at that specific instance, but I did die, and then that one did die, yes. But I did not die to that one. So... take that as you will. My revenge was coming back from the dead. I hit him so hard he got deleted. Look at the difference a better weapon and a better bit of positioning is making. Who's the bully now, motherfucker? I know I shouldn't be proud of that specific sentence, but you know what? I don't care right now. Okay, he's in dodge mode, but more now because he's taken a fair bit of a beating. Yep, he's running. I mean, that might be their mother right now. I don't know. Oh, depends. If you mean in the big one's mother, then maybe. But I'm assuming the big one is the mother of all the smaller ones. Or at the very least, the older one. God damn it, why does this spot in particular just give me nitro shrooms? Okay, that's at least money, that's fine. God damn it. Yeah, you know what? That's fine. Go ahead and hit me. Plus or minus weird or multi-dimension theory. But I don't think this world works that way. Also, I don't know why you decided to come back to this area that you just ran from, Velocidrome, but you know what? This is fine. It saves me the trouble of tracking you down. But yeah, you'll notice we're getting knockback on it more often. The slight bit of damage difference is, I think, pushing me over the threshold to what it takes to knock him back. So we get more consistent control of the fight. Because you can actually make monsters flinch and things like that if you can hit them hard enough. In this case, we are definitely hitting them hard enough. Yeah, look at how much easier that was this time. What a difference a little bit of gear makes, and actually understanding how to use my sword a little more. Now we just gotta hope that we get a second Velocidrome Claw from the rewards. If we don't, we'll have to do that again. Which, honestly, that's fine. Because we didn't even use more than, like, a first aid med. Honestly, with how they bullied me last time, vindicated. This is karma coming in the form of a greatsword. Now I'm gonna pick some flowers. And honestly, I find it hard to feel sympathy for predators being defeated by something stronger than them. And I'm gonna have to do it again because I didn't get a second claw. Because that's just how nature works. Maybe. It's hard not to feel something positive as you're clawing your way up the food chain. Because let's be real, when we fought those the first time, we were definitely below them in the food chain. Now the positions have switched. Put the Velocitrum Claw away before I do something stupid like selling it. Because it is worth a decent amount. And the bright side is the reward made us enough money that we can pay for doing the contract again without needing to worry too much about it. No. Once it's sold, it's gone. The second it leaves your inventory, it does not exist anymore. It predates such nice things as not losing an item when you sell it. Oh yeah, that's right, we do have the other... Wait, when I scrolled through I didn't see this other Kut-Ku quest a minute ago. Is the quest list shifting or am I losing my mind? Or both? Maybe both. I know one of the later greatswords needs Kut-Ku parts, that's why I keep eyeing the Kut-Ku mission. Yeah, you found the part that was the lie in the joke there, yeah. Oh, I see what happened. It removed the Velocitrum quest for the moment, and it's cycling them, basically. Because I guess they only have it presenting 5 at a time. So you can't just sit there and keep redoing the same one over and over again. Oh, Kut-Ku it is then. At least we'll go make some money. Because I know the Velocitrum was our tier 3 quest, because it was our urgent quest to get to tier 3. And the reason why that was an immediate lie, by the way, is there were games even before that let you buy things back. But it was funny just to let the thought sit there and see who believed me about that. Oh yeah, the devs were probably having a great laugh at the idea of people losing vital items by selling them. Oh, I just realized it's a Kut-Ku in this location. Which I think this is actually the easier area to fight it in if it's where I think it is. This is a more open area to fight it than the area full of reeds and shit that you could sometimes lose track of where the Kut-Ku was. Yeah, that's right, that ration was made out of your cousin. What are you gonna do about it? Nah, 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 nah. I know I'm antagonizing the wildlife for nothing, but you know what? They antagonize me on a regular basis. And remember what I said about sometimes to fight monsters you have to become a monster yourself. I just had a shorter trip there than some people would have. Just gonna go ahead and collect some herbs. There we go. Yeah, because I think the Kut-Ku, like, runs around up here. Because this is also where you fight a bunch of other flying wyverns as you go. But he appears to not be home at the moment, so he might be in the cave. Or I'm remembering wrong and he's actually over in the green area, which is gonna not be great. Nah, he wouldn't be here because all the Velociprey are here. And things like that don't like to share habitation. Bing. Whetstone. I think this spot might just be a whetstone spot, because I think that's mostly what we've ever gotten from here. No, there's iron ore. I just had to say something, and the universe would prove me wrong. Alright. I was just gonna peacefully mine, but all y'all decided to start a fight here. I know I walked up into your territory, but I was being peaceful in your territory. Y'all threw the first punch. I just threw a better one. Yeah, exactly. It's noticeable when devs actually enjoyed the project they were working on, and there's a fair few I've experienced that are like that. I can't think of them off the top of my head because I'm bad about things like that. But there's definitely been quite a few projects where I can obviously point at least one member of the dev team really enjoyed working on it. Yeah, see, this one's smart. He saw what happened to all of his friends, and he's being real careful. Wait until I'm busy mining. Little did he know that that was a trap. Okay, we got a decent amount of iron ore out of that this time. You know what? You're coming with me in my pocket. Come along. Ow. He despawned before I could steal his parts. I mean, that's one way of figuring out game balance and bug testing, is to run internal tournaments, especially for a game that you're intending to be competitive. That would make sense. Any Kut-Kus here? Whee! Nope. I did take the right quest, right? Yep, slay the Yen Kut-Ku. Okay. It wouldn't be the first time where I've thought about hunting one thing and then clicked the quest for another thing because I just didn't read what I was clicking on. Or like I just happened to tap my stick as I pressed the confirm button, so I just confirmed on the wrong quest immediately. Doesn't seem like he's in this room immediately, so let's grab these mushrooms before we carry on to the next rooms to look for him. I said mushrooms, not goddamn scatternuts. God damn it, game. So that's how you're gonna be today, huh? I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't be surprised at all. I walked further away from where the thing with the scattered nuts on it should have been, and I still got the same result. Maybe you guys will give me mushrooms. See, now this is me being a bad person. This I would completely validate as me being in the wrong here. I say as I absolutely do not stop at all anyway. Yeah, you missed the part where a lot of that had to happen. I don't need Kelbies for anything anymore, so there won't be any more of that, mostly. So they're not really deer anyway, they're kind of deer adjacent. I went through the wrong pathway. Do 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 do. Wait. He's not here either. Oh, we're going through this little adventure again of he probably moved away from where he was right as I got to where he was. Where are you? Cutco, where are you? Because we've gone around the whole map now, so he has to have moved. And you'll experience this a decent amount, especially with these earlier ones, where they sometimes... Yep, see? He's right where I looked for him the first time. You bastard. I disagree with that fireball making contact. I rolled horizontally. How did that end up counting? It's not an F yet. I've only been vaguely hurt. And it didn't hurt nearly as much as it did the first time. Yep, fine. I'm just gonna wait. You come on over here. You charge me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Not the way I meant, but you know what? That works too, I guess. Yeah, that's the charge I meant for you to do. That one. The one where I can hit you freely, except you did it at the worst fucking angle for me to hit you. Yeah, it's not a surprise. The AI in this is very prone to just haha fuck you. It knows what you want and refuses to do it. I gotta love how I tried to roll and that's what got me in trouble on that one. There's a certain like sweet spot around the legs on a lot of these chicken walking ones that you can just kind of stay there and you're safe through a lot of their attacks. Plus or minus bouncing like we are because our sword's still not sharp enough because we didn't get more sharpness, we just got more of the sharpness we had. But thankfully we're getting to get some actual attacks in between getting slapped, so this is kind of fine. It's kind of balancing out at the moment. Because with the damage we do, we should be making enough headway that we won't be in a bad spot yet. It's just not exactly efficient. Ah, you got bounced right into that one. Please don't peck my face. I do not wish to be pecked. Yeah, you go while I heal. This is fine. Letting this Vespid live is going to bite me in the ass so badly, by the way. I just want to point that out. Okay, you chose to go up in the air just to come back down again. Interesting choice. You do you, buddy. I can't believe I'm getting hit the most by the attack that I'm used to not getting hit by. Also, I'm so glad that worked out that way. Now the Vespid's gone and I didn't even have to waste the time hitting it. There we go, just catch him with the edge of the sword and get bit again. Getting bit was not part of the plan, but it was an expected cost of doing business. Yep, that didn't work out in my favor. I was expecting to stagger him. Oh, that Vespid is a hero. Unlike the other one, that one's a hero. He caught a fireball for me. Oh, he is so fucking mad. Oh no, he's not actually raging. He was doing his rage attack, but he's not actually raging yet. Because he usually does the combined running fireball thing when he's actually mad. But I guess he's close to raging, but not actually yet. Yep, that sure was a fireball. That one too. And that's a... You know, this might come as a shock to you there, Snork, but no, I didn't, because the second part of the shock there is, I don't know if you realize that Snickers don't exist in this universe. Oh, that actually hit me, huh? Goddamn fireball going off behind me counted. Fighting him in this tunnel here is not a good idea, he says as he goes and does it anyway. Let this be a perfect example of knowing better and doing it anyway. I mean, nobody ever said it didn't. It's full of giant monsters that want everything around on them for their territory, and people getting killed by them constantly. Really doesn't seem like a great thing, all things considered. Like, that, at the end of the day, is half the reason we're hunting all of these things, is to keep their populations in check so they don't overrun on the towns. You know, the other half being, you know, become famous hunter, make lots of money. I should have sharpened, but I keep forgetting that the sharpness on this blade is really bad. Just like everything else. There we go. Yeah, exactly. It's all balanced and as far as that goes. This fight is happening for the same reason on both sides for the most part. Protecting territory. Oh, hi. That was a convenient landing for you. No for you. I know my sword isn't that sharp right now, but you know what? I'm hitting you with it anyway. Ow. You know what? That also isn't that sharp, but it really hurts. Somehow this feels fair. That'll work. Ah, I almost got away with that. Thank you for pushing me out of the zone. I really thought the game crashed when he pushed me. Woo. God damn it. There went most of that health, all because he has to do a stupid pose every time he fucking heals. Like, it's a necessary part of the way the game works to make sure that you don't just heal freely without being punished for healing in bad positions. But boy, does it rankle sometimes when you get hit off of something like that. And now we're gonna have spent all of our resources again. Well, all of our healing resources anyway, so we're probably gonna get carded by this Kutku again. Because I think he's close to dead, but he's not close enough to dead that I feel comfortable here. Okay, he just flew up in the air again. Do I have... No, I don't have. I wanted to see if I had enough to potentially make a potion or two. I'm missing the mushrooms because every mushroom spawn fucking lied to me. Okay, he's got the frills back right now. Yep, he's limping. He's almost done. Get back here, coward. I'm not done with you yet. Yeah, he's gonna fly away before I can finish him off. I'll have to chase him down. This is why I marked you, monster. I know where you're going. There's no escape from the human monster. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. And I can, too. I went the wrong way, though. Because I forgot there's 2 little connecting tunnels on that map. Back we go. It's fine. They don't really get health back when they hang out. They just get... Well, in later games they get stamina back, but I don't think that's implemented till much later. God damn it. Actually, no. That works in our favor, actually. This is fine. Because remember what I was talking about before? About a monster that's weakened enough goes and takes a nap? That's exactly what he's gonna go do. He's gonna go sleep, and we can get a free shot on him and do double damage. Which will probably end him. So at least he'll die peacefully. Good for him. Yeah. See, notice how it turned blue? That's how you know it went to sleep. Is for some reason the paintball will let you know when it's sleeping. Don't question that part. I don't know why it does that either. Hot chopper! You didn't die from that, huh? That's a shame. Could you kindly die? You were limping. How do you have this much health left? Perish, damn you. Like, I know he's thinking the same about me, but god damn it. Got him. And I didn't die. No, they don't heal when they sleep at all. Just apparently my sword sucks more than I think it does. We're gonna make some money. We're gonna make some money. We're gonna make some money out of killing wildlife. You know, that song stops sounding as good once I got to that part, huh? Yeah, it's the skull of something that died here. What? I don't know. I'm not a wildlife expert. I'm just an expert in killing the wildlife. Once again, a very human sentence. Some of these sentences are so bad. But at the same time, they're true. 3 screamers, a bunch of small bones, a medium bone, and another shell. Cha-ching! There we go. That's where the real money is, in taking down the big monsters. Though, if you want me to be real, a Kutku's a little monster. Compared to what we'll be fighting soon as we can get out of the lower end that we're in right now. Which, at the rate we're going, probably isn't happening today. That'll probably be next time's issue. But on the bright side, we just need to go get that one Velocitron claw now, and we're basically in position to get the Serpent Blade. Which is probably what I'll do before we stop for today. I'm gonna regret selling these, but by the time we need Kutku parts, killing Kutkus is gonna be a lot easier, as demonstrated by how much easier I took him down that time. So for example, now we have more than enough money to make this, we just need to get the one claw. Alternatively, I could make the iron sword and see how much it takes to make the next one. Which, does it take any iron ore to make a serpent blade? It doesn't. So yes, we'll go ahead and make the iron sword. I'm not going to equip it. I just wanted to make it for the second, so I can see what it takes to make the upgrade. Okay. We have enough iron ore to make the iron sword plus. And I know this is destroying the money we just made, but as you might have noticed, it's become more reasonable to make money, and we also didn't sell everything we could have yet. And my plan is that we'll be able to make the money to make better weapons regardless once this all starts pulling together. Now, what does it take to upgrade it again? It needs just 5 iron ore and the 2 earth crystals we found to make it 384, or the iron katana, whose sharpness is garbage and costs more. Fuck right off with that. I know this hits harder, but fuck right off with the costs more and is as sharp as a wet piece of paper. What kind of katana is that fucking dull? Okay, so we basically now have the option of, do we get the Velocidrome Claw for the Serpent Blade, or do we get the Iron Ore for the Buster Blade? And the answer is we can kind of do both at the same time if we get lucky. Because as long as our mining from the mining spot near where we already are going to be going pans out, we'll be able to do both. Plus or minus having the money to do both, which we won't. I'll go ahead and keep the flash bombs, because those will help me deal with the Velocidrome even easier if I want to. Like, right now we don't even have any potions, and that's a little sad. Like, we can make 1 potion. But I'm kind of banking on similar results to a few minutes ago, where we end up not needing any of the potions. And there we go, there's the Velocidrome quest again. Off we go! It's my intention, though, to keep moving both the bone and the metal line of swords up together, is there's going to be types of swords that we'll get from each of those lines that will benefit us differently as we go along. So I want to have both available. So I'm pretty sure the Serpent Blade turns into a poison sword, and that's not going to work against everything we encounter. So we need to have at least one alternative option available. Like, things being immune to poison itself isn't a huge issue, but it would be more efficient to have something that does either, like, more raw damage without worrying about the poison, or something that's elemental that the thing is actually weak to. His elemental weakness and resistance is actually a thing, and it's a pretty significant thing in some of the games. It matters less in some than others, especially the later games. Until later on in those later games, it ceases to matter as much. But here, where every attack is a lot harder to accomplish, thus every hit matters, maximizing your output on every single hit is kind of a big deal. I whiffed that completely. That's upsetting. Thankfully, it just kind of space-cased for a moment there. Which I've been there. I've stood there and spaced out at an important moment before too. I feel it on that one. I'm fine with trading. If we have to keep trading blows, it will lose at the current pace of things. You know, except when his friends get involved and I, for some reason, can't roll, even though I'm mashing the roll button. This is not going anywhere near as smoothly as the other one, and I'm not surprised that it isn't. You know what? Catch this, Chuckle Nuts. Flash bombs, otherwise known as I'm tired of chasing the stupid little bastard around. Speaking of chasing the little bastard, get back here. I am not through with you yet. You may be through with me, but that's not how this works. Gotta love how he goes through the door first and comes out after you. I'm gonna keep forgetting that. And it's gonna keep getting me hit. Because it doesn't make sense. He ran away from me through a door, but somehow I got through the door before he did. Under other circumstances, that would actually be a huge benefit. That's right, stay in that corner where I can... Nope. Now I'm in the corner. This is actually a problem. Why would you roll that way? I'm pointing literally the furthest direction away from that spot I can, and you choose to roll into the wall. I would like to get to do things. I fully accept that this is karma for last time, but goddammit, game, you don't need to cheat to make this work better for you. Making my controls not do what I tell them to do does not count as them winning. Now, I'm assuming it probably ran back this way. Never said I didn't. But me and the game cheat differently. We discussed this already. There you are. And of course, all of that didn't land. But somehow that did, even though he should have passed me. I hate so much when it does the backswing when I'm trying to do a horizontal swing. That's where we lost a lot of attacks on that one, because I'll pull the stick to the right, but since I'm facing a weird direction, it'll treat it as if I am pulling it back relative to where I'm standing, but it doesn't stay consistent with that move, so I don't know whether it's gonna do what I'm telling it to or not. It's very frustrating at times, watching an attack just completely miss just because it's not following directions. Yeah, at no point did I ever say I don't cheat, because I 100% cheat. But as I say, my mantra is all the time, fair fights are for suckers. Do I enjoy a fair fight more sometimes? Absolutely. But this was already an unfair fight stacked against me, arguably. So, it's only fair I stack the deck in return. Because as they've proven, they can definitely still be a threat. So their numbers still will make it out as a case of more of a fair fight than it otherwise could have been. But now we just need to make up a bit more money. and we'll be able to get the thing. Yeah. Because there was no way I was going to be able to loot him with all of his friends still piling on me. Even with the fact that we don't take damage, we would have been knocked off the carve every time I tried. So there was no point even trying. Yeah, now we have the claws we need. We just, as I already called out, aren't going to have enough money to make the sword, so we need to go do one more hunt. One more reasonably valuable hunt. As in probably go smack the Kut-Ku around again. Which, admittedly, the biggest issue with taking down the Kut-Ku again is going to be our resources are a little thin. And I doubt they're gonna give me the Velocidrome quest again. Nah. Oh no, they did give me the Velocidrome quest again. How much does it cost to make the Serpent Blade? Oh no, it's only 500 more. So actually, yeah, killing the Velocidrome again probably would do it. Then yeah, we'll just go do the Velocidrome again, because that costs me less resources. Remember how I said I was not going to repeat quests? Well, you know, opportunity knocks. So sometimes your mind changes when the right opportunity presents itself. And I did also say that it was going to change once I started hitting a hard enough wall that I needed to get upgrades. And we haven't hit one that I need upgrades, but better weapons will make these all take less time. Like, as you've noticed, I'm not upgrading our armor because I think our armor's fine. And it keeps things interesting because everything can kill me. But having a better way to kill them makes it not take forever to get any of these hunts done. There you are. Flashbang. They jumped away from it that time. We got a smarter one this time, I think. Yeah, this one's actually being somewhat careful, which is annoying. You'll still die faster than a Kut-Ku, just because you have less health. And at least all of his friends are currently still blind. I really like this series. As I said before, I did not care for this particular entry, but coming back to it with the lens of having played the games afterwards and understanding more of the baseline of it makes this still fine. The jank goes back and forth between being part of the charm and not being part of the charm. It depends on which aspect of the jank is interfering with me getting things done at the time. Because honestly, the only thing that really jank-wise is interfering with me actually succeeding at this point is just that sometimes my attacks don't do what I tell them to, for the most part, is the only real jank that's causing an issue now. I don't know why it just kind of stood there, but I will happily remind it that there's a fight happening. Ha, I got you that time. I actually did the backswing on purpose in that one. And obliterated. That's how that should have went last time. Is if I actually do the right swings, he just gets juggled to death. It's when I do the wrong swings and let him run around and cause me problems that, well, we have problems. There we go. Nice, quick, clean money. Well, maybe not so clean because the money is kind of covered in blood, but, you know, details. It's very entertaining. It just can be very frustrating and it doesn't make any logical sense. This is gonna be useless to me. It's not giving me herbs. I mean, as it stands, I would have had to kill less of these things if these hunters were more efficient in how they carved things. Because you can't tell me you only get one claw and a little bit of skin off of that entire body that's laying there. Like, I know they're using a huge knife, which is not exactly the effective way to accomplish this. But regardless, they are just, like, horrendously inefficient. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, we only got one Velocidrome claw that time, but we did get a bunch of claws before, so I could sell that claw to make money. As it stands, I'm already gonna sell all the Velociprey parts and the Screamers, because I don't need those. Let's go grab all of our claws and things that we need for this. And then we'll be able to do the math more safely that way. Yeah, because we have twice as many claws as I need. So I can sell some claws to make up the cost. I think it was Mystery Bones that I needed. It was either Mystery or something else. I don't remember. We'll find out in a second. Oh, I do need to pull some more of my Velociprey scales out of the box. That was the other thing. But we do have enough money, so we don't need to sell anything else. This is why I kept scales and all of the other parts on hand and only sold down to a certain amount. Because I knew my memory was going to betray me at some point. But on the bright side, we're about to have a cool new sword. Notice how the sharpness overall decreased. The Agito is just not worth doing because we need a Piscine Jaw, which involves going to the desert. It's the same damage and less of the yellow sharpness, which is the sharpness we need to do damage to most things, so there's no point in making the Agito. Ta-da! And now we can then make the Vile Serpent Blade. Oh wow, that only needs Velocidrome claws as well, huh? Okay, so we may as well actually hang on to our other Velocidrome claws, and that'll finally get us green sharpness. Green sharpness will let us punch through the things you've seen me bouncing off of. And now we're just swinging a Velocidrome around. It's a Velociraptor on a stick. Yeah, you'll get a better look at it in here. It's kind of weird that it got smaller. There are better versions of the Serpent Blade. This is not really that great a version of this weapon, but it's also the first version of it, so that's not really a shock that it's not the best modeling version of it. But hey, we have a new weapon finally. And it does have teeth. You just have to turn a little bit to see the teeth because they inset them in this version. I suppose at the very least I should go hit something with this before we stop. Except I'm $1 short of affording any of those contracts. Hang on. Day late and a goddamn $1 short. Sell 1 herb. I mean, putting them on sticks gives them more range. That's just a fact. Let's go hit the Velocidrome with its family. Which sounds awful, but you know what? I'm doing it anyway. One of these times I'm gonna forget to grab this stuff and it's gonna go really badly for me. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Also, you would think that this smaller version of a greatsword would swing faster. It definitely won't. Definitely won't. Before anybody gets any silly ideas about this being faster. Well, I don't want to keep going for much longer, and this is the fastest hunt we can do. But I want to demonstrate the new weapon, so I have to do a hunt. Vengeance is just the icing on the cake. Though I honestly think we've got vengeance on this thing long ago. Back when we first obliterated it without any effort. Now it's mostly just business. He got me first that time. No. I might actually card if I ain't careful here because I'm getting way too greedy. There we go. It's not actually going to take that many less hits to take him out. I really thought he was going to miss, and I didn't want to end up area changing trying to hit him. God damn it, he's being so much more defensive this time, which is making it way harder to kill him. Exactly. Ah. Yep, I might actually cart because they're actually getting some good hits in because I'm trying to make this quick. And they're not playing along with that idea. Shocking that they don't want to die quickly. You son of a bitch. Gotcha. Oh, and of course you're gonna run. You know, this could have been much quicker if you just stayed still. This could have been over already, but no. You're making this more difficult. Which, admittedly, if I did a better job, this would have also been over already, but, you know, we don't need to talk about that part. Oh, there are so many more of them here. This might actually be a problem. Especially since I can't. can't see what I'm doing. I'm just gonna keep swinging. Well, you know, that actually worked out for the most part. See, you got so many more of your species destroyed by running from me. Think of all of these other Velociprey that would have lived if you just gone and fought me proper, or instead of running from me. Where'd you go? There you are. I expected him to move and he didn't. I'm being so sloppy trying to make this quick, and all it is doing is making it worse. This is why you don't do a rush job. Never works out. Look at them running with me because they're trying to get back to the boss before I do. Hey, get back here. You wanna play like that, huh? Okay. Head toward the light, motherfucker. How are you still alive? I know I've been hitting you with the weaker swings. There we go. Because I couldn't get as many verticals on him, and the verticals do the most damage. So I knew to a certain degree why he was still alive, but like, come on now. You should have died a while ago. Oh, since this is a better weapon. Like, did he only have one carve, or did I lose that piece I got pushed? Yeah, I thought so. Because sometimes it'll tell you that you couldn't carve anything because you got pushed off of him instead of getting to actually carve it. Anybody else want anything? Any of you want to start something? That's right. I heard that other one jump. And boy, did he regret his life decisions. Because you can actually hear a little boop as they take off from the ground. More claws. Did I need 2 claws or 1? Either way, we have enough claws for the Vile Serpent Blade now. Yeah, we just need to farm some more small monster bones, and then we have everything for the Vile Serpent Blade next time. And then we have more sharpness, which there is actually a damage modifier to sharpness as well. Like there's a multiplier for your damage the sharper your weapon is, so that will actually make more of a difference than it may seem in terms of my damage output. But that will do it for today. We've done like 5.5 hours of monster hunting, half of which was pain, the other half was lashing out at the universe. Save and quit. Yeah, revenge. Now, let me quickly go find somewhere for us to be. well, theoretically quickly. I need to backstep a moment there and be real on that one, because very rarely is this actually quick. Which, in hindsight, I probably should have left us on the main town screen where there was still music, but, you know, decisions happen. Wouldn't be the first time, wouldn't be the last time where I make a questionable decision. Just like playing the game at all. But it ended up more enjoyable than I thought it would. I genuinely was worried that it wasn't gonna work out, because I really expected, for example, more trouble with the egg quest we had to do, and we're probably going to have more trouble with the second egg quest, is we might actually have to do it. But I will do research, and on Monday we'll probably continue this. Because, of course, tomorrow is the 7 Days to Die lobby, barring anything going wrong. Which it currently sounds like there may be one less player, because Char sounds like she might be having computer issues, but she hasn't updated me as to whether that's been fixed or not yet. So, fingers crossed? Question mark? We'll find out if that's actually going anywhere. Like, one person I could raid who actually knows that I was doing this is on, but we raided her relatively recently, so I don't really want to raid her again. Got a couple people that would understand what this game is, but I could left field it. Part of me wants to left field it. You see how long they've been going for and what they're doing. Because that is a game that would interest some of the people in here, I know. Nah, it looks like they're currently not there, so I won't do that one right now. It's always a little awkward dropping into a BRB screen because you don't know what's going on with that. I mean, this also could be one of the few I don't send it off at all days. It's been a while since I've not raided. And I do have a phone call to make and a bunch of shit to do, so you know what? Yeah, this will be a no... This is a nowhere day for a change, so I can get all my shit taken care of without being distracted. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I will see you all tomorrow, of course, for the 7 Days to Die lobby, and all of that, and probably more of this on Monday. But until then, good night, everybody.